Welcome everyone. Welcome to StudyIQ IAS English. My name is Abhishek Singh, and guys, as you might have already completed your question paper, so here we are with the detailed analysis of our paper 1, and with me will be joining Praveen sir. Sir, welcome to the class. And mostly if we talk about the questions which were asked, I think, sir, you would be agreeing that the questions were quite interesting this time.
Yes, absolutely, sir. With regard to the level of questions, okay, means as we were also discussing it into the first impression, the level of questions, they are like quite of operational, like very analytical, okay. The theme is something where, you need to provide your logical reasoning at the behest. Right.
In fact, the superficial knowledge this time is not going to work for many people. In fact, those people who have been doing the subject quite in depth and with a detailed and proper analysis, so they must be cherishing this question paper. And I think, sir, the polity, that is your subject you are going to discuss with the students.
Yes, sir.
What would you say about the polity?
Well, sir, the polity part, I will say it was, if you have read the content or the, the chapters carefully.
Exactly.
It was nothing very difficult. From the perspective of polity, I'm saying it's like not all the other subjects, but yes, the polity subject, the chapters, the topics that we are going to discuss today, the questions basically, okay, that have been into the question paper. So honestly speaking, if you have read the context very carefully, if you have read the particular chapters carefully, so it was nothing difficult, right? But yes, let's say, that as stated by you, so that if you have taken up just the overview, right, then obviously those questions were quite difficult. But yes, nothing was out of the syllabus. First of all, majority of the time people, they have this question in mind that whether this question was out of the blues, out of the box, out of the syllabus.
Yes, sir, I think this time they have actually kept in focus that syllabus, if it is covered in detail and properly, so the students might not be feeling it very much.
Indeed, difficult. Sir, absolutely. That's absolutely a fair statement, sir, that if you have covered the syllabus in depth, in detail, okay, you are done. That's it.
All right, students. So here, sir will be proceeding with the detailed analysis of the subject. So, sir, it is all yours.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So, guys, let's understand the basics first of all. Okay, as I stated just a minute back, that if you have done the in-depth analysis, okay, the questions, they were literally not difficult. So let's going ahead. But yes, the condition here is in-depth analysis. If you had, okay, then only it was easy, or else it was a bit difficult for the students. So. Yeah, so if we go ahead with the first question here, it is about the local self-government. So consider the following statements at, okay, so just a second. Here we go. Panchayats at the intermediate level exists in all the states. Statement 2. To be eligible to be a member of Panchayat at the intermediate level, a person should attain the age of 30 years. Statement 3. The Chief Minister of a state constitutes a commission to review the financial position of the panchayats at the intermediate level and to make recommendations regarding the distribution of net proceeds of taxes, duties leviable by the state between the state and the panchayats at the intermediate level. So, even the statements, they are quite huge, quite big. Okay, you need to, to read it, obviously. But to be very honest, the answer was available into the very first line. If you are available, okay, if you are aware that yes, things, how they do work at the constitutional level, it is not the political positions that are taken into the consideration. Okay, obviously it is the constitutional bodies. So here the first line only of the statement 3. Okay, the Chief Minister of a state constitutes a commission. No, absolutely not. It is at the central level president. At the state levels, it is the governor, right? So it shall be the governor of the state. So even if you have read the first line, if you had the knowledge, right? So obviously there was no need to discuss or to read the further 2-3 lines, whatever, right? So statement 3 is absolutely incorrect. So talking about statement 1, first of all, panchayats at the intermediate level exist in all the states? No, absolutely not. So we have got 3 tier, okay, 3 level of the panchayats, okay, at the village level, intermediate level, and at the district level. At the intermediate level, if there is a state which is having a population less than 20 lakhs, okay, what is the cap? 20 lakhs. So if the population is less than 20 lakhs, there need not, okay, creation of any such particular intermediate level of panchayats, right? So statement 1 and statement 3, it is absolutely not correct. So which of the statements given above are not correct? Okay, so first one is incorrect. Okay, panchayats at the intermediate level exists in all the states. So third statement is also incorrect. Second one, to be eligible to be a member of panchayat at the intermediate level, a person should attain at least the age of 31 years. So this is also an incorrect statement. That is, it is the 21. So what do we need to identify? That is the incorrect one. So all of them are technically incorrect. Right, so as we can see, as per Article 243 Clause 1, okay, 243 capital B Clause 1, okay, constitution of panchayats at intermediate level is not mandatory if the population of the state is less than 20 lakhs. Okay, so next, statement 2 is also incorrect. To be eligible to be the part of the panchayats, okay, you need to have the age of what? 21 and not 31. Right? And yes, statement 3 is also incorrect. It is not the president, it is not the chief minister. It is obviously the governors of the states. Right? So, moving on to the next one. Consider the following statements with regard to the pardoning power of the president. Okay? So, the previous one, what was the answer? D. That is, all of the statements, they were incorrect. Now here, consider the following statements with regard to the pardoning power of the president of India. Right? So obviously it is dealing with Article 72. So let's go ahead with the statement. The exercise of this power by the president can be subject to limited judicial review. Obviously we know it very well that any act of legislature, any act of judiciary, any act of executive, etc., it is always and always subject to judicial review. Right, it is the part of the basic structure as stated by judiciary into the doctrine of basic structure. So whether it is the question now, the limited judicial review, or there is no limit into the judicial review. The question got twisted with this one word, limited judicial review. Second statement, the president can exercise this power without the advice of the central government. Now this is absolutely insane, impossible. The president can exercise all of her functions only after the advice of the Central Council of Ministers. So what confusion could exist? Okay, confusion could exist with central government. But yes, Central Council of Ministers, they are also working into the central government itself. So the statement 2 stands valid. So which of the statement given above is or are correct? So what you have to identify is the correct one always. Right? So if we go ahead, see the definition. So president's pardoning power under Article 72 is not absolute, and there have been 2 case studies as well with us. What are they? The Ipuru Sudhakar versus Government of Andhra Pradesh 2006 and Maru Ram, okay, Maru Ram versus Union of India in 1980, in which the Supreme Court held that the exercise of the pardoning power can be subject to judicial review on limited grounds. So yes, judicial review can happen on limited grounds only. And what are the grounds? If exercised arbitrarily, that is, they haven't followed the due procedure. Then based on the extraneous or irrelevant consideration, or maybe malified. Okay, so hence limited judicial review is permitted. So simply judicial review is permitted or not? Yes, judicial review is absolutely permitted. So the president can exercise this power without the advice of central government? That's incorrect. Okay, as per Article 74, the president must act on the aid and advice of Central Council of Ministers. And this was also expressed by Supreme Court in a case that is known as Keher Singh versus Union of India case 1989. Okay, clear-cut indication, clear-cut judgment it was actually that president cannot act independently of the government's advice in the exercise of the pardoning power, etc. Right? So they have to, presidents, okay, whatsoever the president is, okay, will have to take into the consideration the advice of the central government, absolutely under Article 74. Right? So here we go. Next one. Consider the following statements. If any question arises as to whether a member of the House of the People has become subject to disqualification under the 10th schedule, the President's decision in accordance with the opinion of the Council of Ministers shall be final. Second, there is no mention of the word political party in the Constitution of India. So let's discuss with the second statement first of all. There was no mention in the original constitution, but with the anti-defection law, Okay, but with the anti-defection law, it was now mentioned, right? So yes, it is mentioned. So statement 2 is absolutely not correct. Okay. So guys, with us will be joining us, okay, Karan sir. So I would like to just call onto the stage. Karan sir, please to join us. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone.
So Karan sir, what's your opinion on the question paper? How is it?
I would say the polity questions were doable. If you are serious about the preparation, if you have attempted the mock test, they were seriously doable. Yes, there is an element of surprise in the UPSC, which we have seen in the questions related to science and tech, and that is always there. Neither how will be able to that filter out the candidates. So polity questions, as sir is also taking, as we have also seen in our discussion, they are doable. Yes, some questions are tough, and we will take them how to address those questions, or even to attempt them or not. We will also see that.
Sure, sir. So as this question is here, okay, so political party word was not mentioned in the original constitution, but with the addition of the anti-defection law, with the 52nd Amendment Act, basically, okay, it was now mentioned, okay. And yes, talking about the first statement, okay, see, a very tricky part it is. One of the most tricky options which have been into the question paper here, considering the subject of polity. So as you can see, statement 1. What is the statement 1 once again? If any question arises to whether a member of the House of the People, as in specifically it is focusing Lok Sabha, right? Member of the House of the People, that is Lok Sabha, becomes subject to disqualification under 10th schedule. The President's decision in accordance with the opinion of the Central Council of Ministers shall be final. Okay, now the statement is incorrect. Why it is incorrect? See the statement. This would have been true for disqualification under Articles 102 and 191 other than 10th schedule. If it is not 10th schedule, okay, then it would have been true. But since it is now mentioning 10th schedule, so it is not true. So the president or governor decides in consultation with whom? They do decide in consultation with the election commission, right? And see what was written there? Central Council of Ministers, other than 10th schedule if it has been, right? So this is the twist. And yes, the second one, original constitution doesn't mention the word political party, but yes, with the addition of the 10th schedule, that is anti-defection law, okay, 52nd Constitutional Amendment Act added the word political parties. Okay, now next one, consider the following statements. See, this is the next question, and one of the most what do we say, factual question, yes, right sir? One of
that
the
is
most
the questions we are talking about. That is a difficult one.
Exactly.
I would say in the difficult
right
category.
Okay,
yeah.
So as you can see here, consider the following statements. In India, the state governments have no power for making rules for the grant of concessions in respect of extraction of minor minerals, even though such minerals are located in their territories. See guys, this is the type of a question which was more focused to current affairs, right? More focused to current affairs. Second, in India, the central government has the power to notify minor minerals under the relevant law. Okay, so we have got the Minor Minerals Amendment, or we have the Minor Minerals Act as well. So which of the following is correct? So what do we have to identify? We have to identify the correct one. So let's see the first statement first of all. So statement 1 is incorrect. Why? Because in India, state governments have no power for making rules. Okay, so what is the Act, MMDR Act says? Okay, it says that under section 15, state governments have the power to make rules. So literally what they can do, they can make the powers, okay, when it comes to minor minerals. And when we talk about statement 2 here, okay, it is correct. Central government has got the power to notify what constitutes a minor minerals under the MMDR Act. Right, so this is absolutely correct, but the first statement is not correct. Whether the state governments, they do not have the power to notify the minor minerals, they do have the powers, right? Okay, so this is what the basic logic here with regard to the question. Okay, so Karan sir, would you like to take charge?
I would like to add something here, if
Yeah.
you can move back. Even if you don't know, if you have not even read the act, or even if you are ambiguous whether it should be there, just go on the logic of the thing. It is talking about the minor minerals. Most of them are found above the ground. So a state government, we would not be having any problem. Is a state government having or exercising any power with respect to the notification of those minerals? And if you know that these minor minerals are basically used by the tribals for their own resources, for their habitats, for their livelihoods. So a state government, we will have no power. That is what we are following in India. a federal structure. And if you can think on those lines, even if you don't have, if you have not read that act, what I would like to say is, in the exam itself, we have to take many intelligent guesses. So if you go on that hunch that yes, I can see that the state government might be having that power, you are right. Because such a means that is a very small power which we can give to the states and they would not have any problem. And secondly, the central government, which has already been explained by the sir, so it is not a problem. I would say if you are going by your hunch, then you would get your that sixth sense very much right in this question. Yeah,
absolutely true, sir. So yeah, sometimes, sir, I would like to ask this question. Okay, this would be, the doubt for everyone possibly.
Yes.
How I must be sure that my hunch is right, my sixth sense is right. It's like every time when I'm in the examination hall, considering the pressure I'm having, considering the luck factor of mine, I might be the person who is more focused that, I'm having good luck. Okay, or I might be the person who is more focused that no, my luck is not that good.
Yes.
Okay, even if I go into that the fluke thing. Okay, what we call it in Hindi as tukka, right? Okay, that I might get wrong. Okay, so how should I be considering this fluke thing or that hunch thing, that sixth sense thing? Means, do we have any specific logic through it, or it is just go with the flow?
No. I would really like to give my insight for it, because we all have prepared for UPSC, right? And I myself have failed 2 prelims exams. So how you get that hunch or the sixth sense right is via practice. When you are going into the exam, practicing those 30 tests or 3,000 questions by yourself, so then you get that hunch right. How? Because with practice, you know that this statement, my sixth sense is going right, because that has gone right in approximately 100 or 200 questions. So you have that confidence at the back of your mind that yes, I'm going into the right direction. And whenever you know that you are in a very blind spot, you will refrain yourself. And that will come only via practice. That is why I would never advise going into the prelims just blindsided. Just go with the practice, have those 20, 30 tests at the back of your preparation, and that will just boost you. When you are going with that option, no, that state government might be having the power for minor minerals, you'll have confidence. Because you have taken that sort of hunch and learned from those analyses while being in your practice.
Well, sir, there is a question Satish has asked. What is the level of the exam? Since I have answered this question twice, okay, in the previous session. And I would like now to you answer this question as per your understanding, sir. Okay, obviously, see, we are giving this answer as per our analysis. Okay, so my analysis could differ from sir's analysis, or it could be same as well. So, sir, what do you think? Means, what was the level of examination?
Our prelims exam composed of 2 things, factual and conceptual. Conceptual can never be difficult. If your concepts are strong, if you are good at the core, you will always be going with the right basics. But yes, factual, the facts part of this UPSC prelims, they were on the tougher side. So we can expect that the cutoff to drop even from the last year, which we can expect. So the level of the exam, as determined by the factual side of it, was on the tougher side. But concepts, I would say, are never difficult or easy. Concepts are basics, and basics will always be the same.
Okay, so ultimately, if I have to answer in one word, whether it was easy or difficult?
On the tougher side.
On the tougher side.
With respect to the last year.
So, with respect to the last year, so comparatively speaking, from 2024 to 2025, the tougher element is having the upper hand.
Yes,
right?
and that is a fact.
And that's a fact. Okay, chalo. So,
facts have made it difficult.
So, here we go to the next question with reference to the Indian polity. See, now this is directly with your fact. Direct word means like, very lesser of the times it has happened in my experience or in the PYQs, whatever we have already discussed, that the word Indian polity, directly the word has been mentioned. Okay, now tell me direct about Indian polity. I am asking you from the subject only, right? Okay, yes. So with reference to the Indian polity, consider the following statements. Okay, an ordinance can amend any central act. Second, an ordinance can abridge a fundamental right. And third, an ordinance can come into effect from a back date. So, which of the statements given above are correct? So, now, as we were talking about, sir, conceptual, yes. Right? So, when we talk about this, there is nothing known as facts. There is nothing known as, current affairs, etc., etc. Okay, yes, since because the powers of president and the actions of the governors, they have been too much into the consideration, right?
Yes. Beyond that slide, please.
Yeah.
Yes. Can I write here?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah. So we are talking about 1, 2, 3.
Article 123. Simply, that's it. Okay. From the perspective of President, Article 123, and from the perspective of Governor, it will be Article 213. But yes, okay. As of now, it is talking about the central one. So let's see the correct answer. Statement 1. An ordinance can amend any central act. Absolutely correct. And guys, remember what it has been mentioning. A central act. Right? Okay, so absolutely true. Under Article 123, Clause 2, the President, when Parliament is not in session, can promulgate the ordinance having the same force and effect as an act of Parliament. And so, this includes the power to amend or even repeal any central act. So, statement is factually correct. Talking about Statement 2, an ordinance can abridge the fundamental rights, okay, correct, with some conditions. Caveats as in with some conditions. Let's see that. Technically, since an ordinance has same force as a law made by Parliament, and Parliament can abridge a fundamental right, okay, only if it is not violating Article 13, Clause 2, right? So, however, any law that violates fundamental rights in a way that violates the basic structure would be struck down by the courts. So, simply, yes, it can amend, but literally we have to take into the care the synthesis of the doctrine of basic structure as well as the Parliament's power, that it is whether not approaching or like what we can say, it is not violating the provisions of Article 13, Clause 2, right? So Statement 2 is also correct. Okay, so sir, up to you. So we have got your slides, so we can add that as well.
Let's download that.
Yeah.
Does not fulfill it. I think only some questions because also send me very early.
Okay.
So let us see the next part of it, right? So this one has been taken. Okay. So up to question number
83 it was 82 or 83.
So this has been done.
Yeah.
This all things have been done. Yeah, this was what we were discussing.
Yeah.
So again the same point which me and sir were discussing, that your concepts will always be the same, and this is your basic question. UPSC can never skip your basic questions, and mind you, this is one of those questions which you attempt in your first reading of the paper. You know that there has to be multiple readings in the prelims if you have to clear it, and this has to be attempted in your first reading of the paper, right? And still, if you're having any doubts, you can leave it for the second reading, and I'm sure you're a serious candidate. You have read the polity one time, revised it 2 or 3 times, you will surely mark it correctly, and that is where we go into clearing that cutoff. Okay, so next one. So yeah, now we are having from this side, that is matching the state and its origin. So here the facts are there, and that is one on those difficult side of the questions. If you have read it, very good. If you have not, so I would be like, because there is given how many of the pairs are correctly matched. That is the danger zones, trap questions, where you have to be absolutely right to get it correct on the answer sheet. And if you are not having the right answer, I would say refrain from it, right?
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah.
So what is the question?
So first one is the state and its description. State Arunachal Pradesh, the description state is named after a fort and the state has 2 national parks. Okay. Second one is the Nagaland. The state came into existence on the basis of a Constitutional Amendment Act. Okay. And the third one is Tripura. Initially a Part C state, it became a centrally administered territory with the Organization of States in 1956, and then it attained the status of a full-fledged state. So here what we see is all these statements which are given, the pairs are right. And here I would say, if I know that Arunachal Pradesh is named after a fort, or the state has 2 national parks, which national parks you know very good. If you don't know, then your environment aspect comes into picture. If it is right, you will get it right. And the fact is that it is named after a fort, but not directly named after that fort, but yes, its origin can be traced back to it. And secondly, the state of Nagaland, which we are talking about, if you remember, when we were having our states reorganization way back in 1956, right? And then when we organized many states, especially the Assam, where we made like Meghalaya sub-state and we made some constitutional amendments with respect to it, when we are creating a state or we are creating multiple states, there has to be very minimum instances when we are using a constitutional amendment. For example, the reorganization of Andhra Pradesh into Telangana and further, right? Did we use a constitutional amendment? No. So if I know about the Assam state, the Meghalaya sub-state, yes, a constitutional amendment was involved. But in the rest of the reorganizations, no constitutional amendment. We are saying that came into existence on the basis of a constitutional amendment act because it was associated with that reorganization of the Assam state. There we be having the modems like we are having an autonomous state, we are having a sub-state. So Nagaland was created out of that. And that is where we required that constitutional amendment. If we are just making the boundary of a state alter it, we are using it Article 3, which allows the parliament to alter the boundaries of a state. But where we are using some sub-state models, we are making a sub-state which is not allowed in the Indian territory. So we have to make those adjustments, and that is where constitutional amendment came into the picture. And about those Tripura, if you remember, when we organized our independence, we became independent. Then we were having that partition of Part A, Part B, Part C, Part D states. And there, inside the Part C states, we had 10 states, understand. And the last one was Tripura. Tripura was among them. And the smallest one, if we see, that was related to the Pepsu state, which was Patiala and the Princely States Union that was there. Tripura was under this Part C state, and yes, then it became a centrally administered territory, which we call as Union Territory as of today. And that was with the reorganization of states in 1956, and later it attained the state what we call as a full-fledged state today.
So sir,
yeah.
So there is just one doubt I would like to address here for Math 3. Okay, sir, I'm a working professional now and started just the preparation, and you think it's fairly possible to clear? Well, to Math 3 and to every other person, okay, specifically those ones who are either working or, the college or maybe, in the university, or even specifically to the persons those who are the, the housewives, what we say, the housemakers, okay. So there is nothing, first of all, known as impossible. Yeah, there could exist multiple challenges. Let's be very fair. Let's be very honest, okay. If I say no, it's very easy, that's a type of a manipulation. It's not easy. There would exist multiple challenges there, okay, and you would be facing, some frustration, some irritation related to time management, or maybe some of your personal stuff could be compromised as well, right? But yes, it is difficult, not impossible. There have been hundreds of candidates which we can, represent in front of you. Those who were doing their, 8 to 10 hours of the duty every day. And still they used to manage, okay, 4 to 5 hours of self-reading, okay, personally. And they were able to, do more of the work, do more of the study into the weekends or any possible ways, any possible time, right? So yes, honestly, it is difficult. But if you have the word here that you have mentioned, okay, so just started my prep. Do you think it is fairly possible to clear 2026? So yes, it is fairly, totally, legally valid. Absolutely, it is possible. You can come to the benchmark, right? Over to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Whatever he's saying is absolutely right. Even if I would ask opinion of his for my own cousin or brother or sister, the opinion would be same, unfiltered, whatever he has said.
Yeah.
So yes, there are challenges and we have to encounter those challenges. The toppers videos or the interviews we see after those selections are in fact the manifestations of those challenges.
Exactly.
How they have encountered that, right?
Exactly.
So yeah.
Yeah, so sir, let's start with the questions.
So that was, I would say, on the difficult side. I would make it on a hard level of 3. It is 3 out of 3. Because you have to get all 3 correct. Even if I see the easiest of them, yes, I would say the third statement is the easiest. Because if you don't know about Nagaland, that it was given that partially statehood and that required a constitutional amendment, so yeah, you can that part wrong inside, especially for Nagaland. And the first one is purely factual. Even if you have polity knowledge, you can't answer it if you don't know about the national parks. Okay. So yeah. Okay, so this is the easy wala. I would say that is the easy questions because that is related to your core. Simple question. With respect to India, consider the following. 3 things are given: Interstate Council, National Security Council, very prominently in news, especially with respect to India, Pakistan, and zonal councils, right? How many of the above were established as per the provisions of the Constitution of India? Pause here. Pause here. As per the provisions of the Constitution of India, what does it mean in real? It means that relating to the establishment or the formation of these bodies, it is directly mentioned inside the Constitution. It is physically written in there, in that sacred book. So that is what we are saying.
So simply, sir, we can write it whether they are the constitutional bodies or not.
Yes, we can
Right?
write. Yes.
Whether they are constitutional bodies, okay, yes or no. Right.
What is doing? It means that they have a corresponding article with respect
Article.
to their formation.
Yeah.
That's it. You have an article? Yes. If you don't, go.
So I think, sir, interstate council, it is as per my knowledge, it is Article 263.
Yes. Very
Right.
much right. Yes.
So 263, right?
Yes.
National Security Council, it is nowhere mentioned in the Constitution.
Yes.
And zonal councils, they are also the extra constitutional or not the constitutional bodies, right?
Yes. Zonal councils, as we were talking about the state reorganization, again, they are the byproduct of that. That is the State Reorganization Act 1956. That leads to the organization. And even if I can relate to the previous UPSC questions, they have mentioned about the Northeastern Council with respect to the last prelims. That is under separate act, Northeastern Council Act, right? So yes, they are touching those things with respect to Northeast again and again, or even the zones here also. So with respect to the constitutional bodies, if you can see, it is an act, it is an order, and it is
Constitution. So I guess it's A, only one.
Answer is
Yeah. Okay.
So on the level of 3, sir, what would you say?
For this question,
Yeah.
sir, it was like easiest one.
Yeah,
Right?
that
So-
is again what me and sir are saying, that your basics, your core questions would be easy, and that is they are. If they are difficult, we would be very much handsomely and very much we would be accepting that in front of you. It is not okay.
I can switch side. I have
Okay,
the
okay,
remote, don't worry.
Okay, so yeah, you can see Article 263 is there, and National Security Council, especially with respect to Ajit Doval, you see that, right? It is established way back in 1998 by an executive order, right? And the zonal councils, the State Reorganization Act 1956. But here is a catch also, because along with the solutions, we must be knowing the whereabouts around it. It can prop up in your next prelims, right?
True.
And here, if we see, again, we had the 7th Constitutional Amendment Act being done along with that, which you must know. Yes, we can move on.
Okay, so here we go. Next. The Constitution of India explicitly mentions that in certain spheres, the governor of a state acts in his or her own discretion. Second, the President of India can, of his or her own, reserve a bill passed by the state legislature for his or her consideration without it being forwarded by the governor or the government of the state concerned. Okay, so how many of the given statements is or are correct? Yeah, one thing that I would like to note to provide this information to everyone. Guys, please make sure, okay, make sure always that when you read this, right, please give a mark that I have to identify the correct one, or give a mark that I have to identify the incorrect one, because as per the general psychology, so this I have faced a lot. As per the general human psychology, as per the general practice what we have, we always tend to look forward for the correct one.
True.
But many of the times it happens that question is twisted. There is one more word added, which one of the following is not correct. Okay, so guys, whenever you have this type of questions now, where you are being asked that please explain, okay, whether you have to take the correct or incorrect, please do mark whether I have to go ahead with the tick one or with the cross one. Okay.
You know, what was a very popular term, especially with respect to in the student circles, with respect to those questions where not correct is given, that UPSC is having those cheap thrills.
Cheap thrills. Yeah, that's true. Okay. So let's discuss that, sir.
Yeah. So the Constitution of India explicitly mentions, explicitly means there is written that governor would act in his own discretion. If you know that, that was exactly the reason why the Tamil Nadu governor case happened. That case happened, and the Supreme Court is they especially delineated the power of the governor. That governor, if it has to act in discretion, up to what point the discretion is there. The popular Tamil Nadu case, right? So yes, that is mentioned inside the Constitution under Article 163. And the same article is with respect to president is 74. But in 74, the president is not having any sort of discretion. But governor is having that sort of discretion is there under Article 163. Fine. And that is why the Tamil Nadu popular governor case happened just recently. And the second one, President of India, even if I don't know any article with respect to it, can reserve a bill passed by the state legislature for own consideration without being forwarded to him or her by the governor of the state. If that is there, then what is the power of the state? What is the federal structure in India? Just apply that simple logic that we are having that delineation or the separation classification of powers. If the president can do that on his or her own, then what is the governor is for? What is the power of the governor? Absolutely, even if I have not read any article with respect to it, that is again incorrect.
So basic polity it is.
So,
right?
so what is like the level again out of 3? What you will mark it?
The easiest, sir.
So I will mark 0.5 to 1, right?
Yeah,
That's it.
easiest.
2 questions, very easy. Even if you have just read it, attended one of your lectures, we can mark it.
Even, sir, out of, let's say out of 14 of the polity questions, I think 10 of them, they are on a very conceptual note. Okay, just if you have read in a detailed manner, okay, as Abhishek sir in the beginning of the session, he stated that if you just have read this particular topics in a detailed manner, that's it. It's done. Okay, that's it. So here we go. What is the correct answer? A, that is 1 only, right? So we can switch, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is mentioned the article.
Yeah.
That is 163, and that created the conflict in the recent Supreme Court case, right?
Well, sir, yeah, this brings us to a very interesting question. My question is, when do we create this question paper? Means like as UPSC, okay, like today, 25th of May examination held prelims. So what do you think they would have created, they would have made this question paper? Means like how long back?
Because I know some chairman of some state PCS, they say that just before the night of the exam, they finalize those 100 questions. They have those in mind, but just before the day of the exam, because the secrecy that has to be kept so that the paper doesn't get leaked.
But sir, then how it is possible that they do print overnight and they send it to the
I
multiple
think
cities?
UPSC might be maintaining that window of 2 nights.
Okay.
Because that is where the finalization is done.
Okay.
Because if something is in the hands of human, definitely it is prone to some leakages.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
So means what we can say, for how many days, means like what should be my time bandwidth of current affairs, like which from starting, let's say 2026, I have to attempt my examination.
Right.
So what should be my bandwidth of current affairs? Means 2026 May is the examination, 24th May, I believe. 24th May is the date.
Yeah.
So from when should I start reading current affairs? This year, 25 January until April or May 2026. Do you have any idea over this, sir?
Yeah, I would always advise to go for a 15-month bandwidth just before the date of the exam. That gives you the cushion also. Even if that examiner setter is also knowing that you are reading 1 year current affairs.
Okay.
So that is why he is prompted to ask some questions outside those 12-month window.
So technically what we can say, start your current affairs preparation from, let's say, February or March 2025
Yes.
till April 2026, something like that. Okay, so on a rough note of 15 to 16 months. Yeah, these are the questions.
If
Absolutely.
This is
the
just
one.
asked from the recent case.
Exactly, sir. That is why I, tend to ask this
Yes,
question.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So, okay, here we go to the next question. Consider the following pairs, provisions in the Indian Constitution.
So let's just solve it without any knowledge.
Sir,
of it.
1 minute.
Right.
Out of 3, if, before you ask, okay, let's start.
Fine. Okay. So we'll solve it without any knowledge, right? So it is saying the given provisions are given in the Constitution of India. We have to match it. They are under which part of the Constitution? Fine. The first is the separation of judiciary from the executive in the public services of the state. They are saying this is given under the directive principles of the state policy. Okay, directive principles of state policy, there are instructions to the state. Do this, do that, do those, right? And they are saying we have to separate the judiciary from the executive. Prior to 1970s, the executive was having the judicial powers. So, if your executive, your DM, your SDM is having the judiciary powers, so isn't it creating a conflict of interest? Because the person is applying those powers at the ground level, and if a person like me is unhappy with that conduct, whom I go to? The same person itself. Isn't it a defy of logic? Isn't it a defiance of logic I am having at that stage? Yes, surely it is. That is why I am prompted to separate the judiciary from the executive, especially with respect to the part 4, DPSPs. So this thing is right, which is given in the part 4 of the Indian Constitution. And secondly, valuing and preserving the rich heritage of our composite culture. Can we have a law for it? Because they are saying value that rich heritage. Definitely this is a do which we must be prompted to do, right? And these are something which are part of our fundamental duties, which are given in part 4A of Indian Constitution, not present in the original Constitution. They are being inserted by the amendment to the Indian Constitution. And finally, yes sir, I would like you to take that, the last one.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. As per the Constitution under Article 24, who is a child? So one thing that, that could have been confusing to few people, that is the difference between a child and a juvenile, right?
Yeah.
See, a child or a children as per Constitution, as per the definition of the Constitution, a child or a children is any person or persons aged 14 and below. Child doesn't means 18 as per Constitution. 18, that means juvenile. Okay, so there is difference between juvenile and child. So juvenile is anyone 18 and below, child is anyone 14 and below. And remember, Constitution has identified only child. There is no mentioning of the word juvenile in the Constitution. So here, prohibition of employment of children below the age of 14 years in the hazardous factories, etc. Is it mentioned anywhere into the Constitution? Yes, absolutely, it has been mentioned under Article 23, right? 24, yeah, correct, 24.
Yes.
Okay, so this is
The
it, sir.
difficulty level.
0 to 3, absolutely, right? So this was the most easiest question, okay, what you can have in the polity segment. Okay, guys, so this is it with regard to the subject of polity from our side. Okay, and do we have another other question?
Yes. I
Yeah,
think
we
there
have
is.
one more. Okay, one more we have.
Yes. So consider the following subjects under the Constitution of India. So they are giving list 1, union list in the 7th schedule, extent of the executive power of the state, and thirdly is the conditions of the governor's office. So all these things are given and they are asking for a constitutional amendment with respect to which of the above the ratification by legislatures of not less than half of the states is required before presenting the bill to the President of India for amendment later. So this is asking about the most difficult part of the amendment or the change you can bring inside the Constitution. So this is referring straight to your Article 368. So inside Article 368, we are having two classifications. One is the easy part and one is the difficult part. And when we are referring to the difficult part, if you have read about it, they are mostly with respect to the federal features. They are mostly with respect to the federal features, which are the most difficult. If we claim to be a federal polity, how can I amend the power of the state without asking the state? That will be a clear-cut defiance of what is referred in the Constitution. So, in the first one, if I sing the union list in the 7th schedule, that is, the 7th schedule itself is having 3 lists. One is the union list, second is the state list, third is the concurrent list. If I have to bring any change inside those lists, not even in the union list or any of the list, I have to ask the states. So, even if it is written union list, concurrent list or a state list, you have to ask the states.
Yeah, because ultimately all of the, the lists, they are interrelated. And if I change anything from the union, ultimately states are going to be affected because of it, right? Means like if I'm changing anything from union, that means I'm transferring it into at least or into the state one or maybe the concurrent one. So ultimately states are getting impacted.
And if you refer to the mini constitution, the 42nd Constitution Amendment Act, there we made those changes from the state list to the concurrent list. You could take the idea from there also, that we required the ratification. Secondly is the extent of the executive power of the state. Straight away, the federal feature is asked. If you're changing the state power and you're not asking the state legislature, at least half of them, how you are a federal polity. And the thirdly is the conditions of the governor office. The governor is present in the state, the head of the state. You'll take his or her powers and you will not ask the state legislature. No, it's not possible. So that is the difficult part to change inside the Constitution, Article 368, and which requires the ratification from more than half of the states by simple majority. And on top of that, you require the special majority from the parliament from both the houses. So yeah.
Okay.
So the answer is all 3 of them, which is in the option D.
Okay, that's correct. So
Last one I use.
Last one, this is?
Yeah.
Okay. So with reference to the Indian polity, consider the following statements. The governor of a state is not answerable. See the word, keyword, not answerable to any court for the exercise and performance of the powers and duties of his or her office. So I think so. This is the most, illogical one. So second, no criminal proceedings shall be instituted or continued against the governor during his or her term of office. Okay, so we know it very well. The governors, president, chief justice of India, they are having some immunity, right? So some immunity. So here, but the question is, do they have this immunity from the criminal proceedings? So technically, yes, okay, they do have it. Okay, so third statement, members of state legislature are not liable to any proceedings in any court in respect of anything set within the house. So obviously within the parliament, we have seen that how the so-called legislators, they have been, throwing chairs on each other, right? They have been, I remember, sir, it was probably 2011 or 12, I'm not so sure with the year. They were our politicians, they were our legislators inside
Right.
the legislative assembly or the parliament only. They were watching an adult movie.
Okay.
That has happened.
Yeah.
That has happened, and we were, a matter of joke in front of the whole globe. That the legislators, the union legislators, okay, members of parliament sitting inside the parliament, and not just one or two. There were 5, 6 of them.
Yeah.
Right. First time they were exposed to something that is known as Wi-Fi, and then how badly internet could be misused. Our parliaments only they did that. Right. So obviously, if and recently last year, the chief minister of Bihar,
Yeah.
no further state.
Yeah.
So what
I
will be
would
the
like
correct
to
answer?
add something to it
Yeah.
because that is relating to a separation of power, right? Separation of power says no organ will interfere with the others functioning. If they are saying something, they not have to be answerable in the court, and vice versa. The conduct of a judge cannot be discussed inside a legislature. You must be knowing because the question can be twisted in the next prelims, right? So we must be prepared for that one also. And yes, the rest of it the sir has explained. The answer will of course be D. So you can just flip the slide once. Yeah, the next one. Yeah. So the articles are given. The criminal immunity of the governor is given to you under Article 361, and the same article mentions that the governor is not answerable. So these are the list of immunities the governor is having, and these articles are exception to your right to equality inside the Indian Constitution. Please read it. Okay.
Okay, sir. So I guess we are done with this. So guys, this is it with regard to the polity segment. And yes, how can we ignore the public demand analysis of history and geography? So yes, you have mentioned firstly, Hans, you have first of all you have mentioned the word history. So taking your comment only, we will now call on the history faculties only. Okay, Shubham Sagar sir and Abhishek sir will be now on stage. Okay, and we shall be discussing the history questions first of all and geography questions later on. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Okay, over to you, sirs.
Yes. So, and one more request that please give overall insight of the history part of the paper because the students are desperately looking for it. Okay.
Exactly.
So, yes.
So thank you so much to both the sirs and welcome Shubham sir. In fact, dear students, the questions of history, they have been, I would say a mixed bag, bouquet of different kind of questions. Some of them are very easy. Some of them are a little bit analytical. So, sir, what would you say about the nature of questions about this subject?
Around 16 questions are there, sir. And
Yes.
I think there are some questions which we have discussed in the starting part, that Ara Ghatta, some PYQs,
Exactly.
Fahian question, then some questions on non-cooperation movements, conceptual question, then some tricky question on Raja Ram Mohan Roy, which we'll have a discussion, reformist, revivalist, how answer can be C and B. So sometimes what happens, what I have realized is, some questions look straightforward, but they are
Exactly.
not exactly straightforward. Plus you are in a pressure cooker situation like exam, and your mind goes haywire as well.
This time, I think UPSC has played this trick very nicely because they have, planted some very, I would say, very, very easy questions. Meanwhile, certain questions, they have been like, they have been presented as if they are very easy, but they are slightly tricky, It may be prone to very, I would say, silly mistakes in the exam hall.
Right. Some
I think,
factual question as well.
Just a second.
Yeah.
I think we should be getting this
History.
history question. Just a second, everyone. All right, sir. So here is the first question. I think this question particularly all of you must have seen and must have felt very happy to see this question, because this says that consider the following statements about Raja Ram Mohan Roy, and statements are given. Two statements. First says that he possessed great love and respect for the traditional philosophical systems of the East. He desired his countrymen to accept the rational and scientific approach and the principle of human dignity and social equality of all men and women. Question is asking that which of the statements given above are correct. And here are the options. Sir, your take.
So generally what happens when we read about social religious reform movement, we talk about reformism and revivalism.
Exactly.
And we talk about Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Brahmo Sabha, Brahmo Samaj. So we talk about all these things, and we talk about Raja Ram Mohan Roy from the perspective of reformist. And he's like, accept the best of both worlds. You know, East, West, everything. It's not like our culture is decadent. It's not like West is awesome. We can always accept the best of both worlds. Satyat Prakash, like Satyat Prakash I'm talking about. You know, Miratul Akbar and all the other things associated with
In fact, sir, he had established that Atmiya Sabha.
Atmiya Sabha,
The
1850.
sole purpose was there that he was wanted to have a group of people who are enlightened enough to really understand the Upanishads and the ancient Veda and related texts, so that he could explain to the traditionalist priests who were actually focusing more upon the decadent practices, isn't it?
Yeah. So it is said that he established it in 1815.
Yes.
Around 1824 he closed this Atmiya Sabha. 1828 around he established Brahmo Sabha, and then his followers established Brahmo Samaj. So if you look at the basic concept associated with Raja Ram Mohan Roy and his teachings, so you will realize that both these statements are correct. It looks general, but then we were having some debates. Abhishek sir, you wanted to? Yeah.
Exactly. In fact, in this particular question, it's quite easy to guess that answer should be C, but the reason behind it should be very well understood by all the students, because see, next time the same question could be twisted a little bit and then can be asked. So here if we see the possessed great love and respect, guys, some of you might be confused that he might not have the great love and respect as he was a reformist, but always understand that being a reformist, that does not always mean to blindly ape the Western traditions and Western customs and the practices. He was actually at the same time willing to reform the pre-existing notions which were actually maligned due to the misinterpretations. So he had the love and respect. That is correct. Second is also correct. Answer will be option number C.
Sometimes what happens, there is also debate related to Orientalist and Anglicist, and many people believe that Raja Ram Mohan Roy sir is an Anglicist because he talked about English education. Exactly. That also sometimes leads to people believing that he was not an Orientalist. Orient means Far East, and that can also, like, you can do overthinking, and you may feel like, okay, so first statement is wrong because he was not an Orientalist, he was an Anglicist. Don't do this is just a general statement. The
Exactly.
answer is C.
Next question, consider the following subjects with regard to non-cooperation program: boycott of law courts and foreign cloth, observation of strict non-violence, retention of titles and honors without using them in public, establishment of panchayats for settling disputes. So how many of the above were parts of the non-cooperation program, sir?
Basically, see, when we are talking about non-cooperation program, you can do a comparative analysis. We talk about parallel study. Swadeshi and boycott movement, so many things are very similar when we talk about non-cooperation movement. Boycott of law court, see, Swadeshi and boycott, it was the origin point. Many of the things were taken by the later movements. What happened in non-cooperation movement will be further taken by civil disobedience and quit India movement. So here, boycott of law courts and foreign cloth, that happened.
Exactly.
So this is correct. Observation of strict non-violence. People can feel whether it was there or not. Even then, let's keep it in the loop if you are confused about it. Retention of titles and honors. This is wrong. They gave up the titles.
Retention word is the main
keyword
here.
Exactly. Establishment of panchayats for settling disputes. They are talking about Swadeshi. Here also the component of Swadeshi is there. So this is also correct. Observation of strict non-violence is also correct. That's why when Chauri Chaura happened, the movement was called off. You will see, and we were having this discussion, that slowly and gradually Gandhiji adopted and he became very accommodative to violence thing. Civil disobedience movement, some people say some violence happened.
In fact, sir, this was the first precondition. At the start of the movement itself, he had made it very clear. And even while closing this movement, he gave that statement that still the people are not well versed of this concept of non-violence. But as the leadership of Gandhi, evolved and progressed over the time, he somehow, by reaching Quit India stage, he was somehow accommodative.
So that is a contentious topic. We have to talk about this also. Do you think he became a little bit more accommodative towards violence, or you feel like no, it was not exactly that?
I will say that it was not accommodative towards the violence. Rather, he was more accommodative towards reaching the goal exactly, right? What the goal was defined according to him. That is what he was more accommodative about.
Cool.
So the answer would be that first statement is correct, second is correct,
Fourth is correct.
Third is wrong, fourth is correct.
correct.
So three statements are correct. Option number C will be the right answer. Okay. Next question, the irrigation device called Arghatta was?
PYQ. This is a PYQ. Already asked. This question has already been asked by UPSC, and that's why PYQs help. And that's why we keep on talking about that you have to solve PYQs. Please do solve PYQs.
I think most of the students might be very happy seeing this question right
Exactly.
from previous year. So that would be option number B, right?
Large will with earthen pots. You may have seen it in villages also.
In that movie, I think Mere Desh Ki Dharti Sona Ugle Ugle Hire Modi, that song was there, na?
Exactly.
That
So
was
is
rotating
Arghatta.
wheel, Arghatta.
Please don't undermine PYQs. They are make or break. They help you a lot. Oh, B.
Who among the following rulers in ancient India had assumed the titles Matta Vilas, Vichitra, Chit and Gunabhar?
So yeah, see, when like I will tell about myself.
Yeah.
So when I teach temple architecture, we talk about Pallavas. We talk about Pallavas and we talk about 7th century AD. That was the period when Harsha was there. That was the period when Pulakesin II, he was a Chalukya ruler, he was there. And in a way, there was a tripartite. We generally associate tripartite struggle with Pala Pratiharas and Rashtrakutas.
Yeah.
But here also Pallavas, Chalukyas and Harsha, they were fighting stuff. Harsha was defeated by means Pulakesin ruler or Chalukya ruler rather, Pulakesin II. And this Pulakesin II, he defeated Mahendra Varman I. And then further, Mahendra Varman's son, I think Narsimha Varman I.
He was actually followed by Narsimha Varman first, and Narsimha Varman he defeated
then Pulakesin II.
II.
So it's a very fascinating story when you read about it. And generally when you read about it, you get these titles. But again, it's little tricky. We don't get to see all these titles.
But sir, I would say one thing that actually if you read the literature part of the same topic, Pallava dynasty, there you get this particular term called Matta Vilasa Prahasan. This is actually a drama. Prahasan is basically in Sanskrit, it's called Ekanki, the solo act, right? So this particular Matta Vilasa Prahasan was written by Mahendra Varman first, and therefore it assumes to be the title of Mahendra Varman first. Hence the answer should be option number A, Mahendra Varman first.
And here also, like when you're reading Mahendra Varman, also read Harsha at the same time. He also wrote books, and there is a mnemonic which I keep on telling people: PNR, Priyadarshika, Nagananda, and Ratnavali. What is your PNR number? So yeah,
Ratnavali. Then next question, again a very easy question. Yeah. So students who might be complaining that, sir, we don't like reading history much, it's quite factual and all. So guys, this is something that you might be studying since class 4th, 5th, right?
Right.
Fahian, the Chinese pilgrim, traveled to India during the reign of Samudragupta, Chandragupta II, Kumargupta, Skandagupta.
So we keep on talking about Chinese travelers, Fahian, Yuan Aizing. And when I teach this, I always tell you that Fahian and then write Yuan, they have their Chinese name also. Fahian is known as Fajian, as you can see here. Yuan is known as Wenzhang. So that's fine, but just focus, and then you have Aizing. However you want to pronounce
It's Singh.
Aizing. So Fahian, F comes before H. So Fahian came before Yuan Chandragupta II. And Yuan he came during the period of Harsha. And then Aizing came around 671 AD. So this is a very, very simple question, straightforward question. We keep on talking about it.
Very easy question, in fact. Yeah. So next question is, who among the following led a successful military campaign against the kingdom of Sri Vijaya, the powerful maritime state which ruled the Malaya Peninsula, Sumatra, Java and the neighboring islands? Amogavarsha of Rashtrakoot, Prataparudra of Kakatiya, and Rajendra I of Chola, or Vishnuvardhan of Hoysala. So, sir, what would you take on this particular question?
See, generally, when we talk about Cholas, we talk about them in Sangam age also. That is early Cholas. Then we talk about imperial Cholas in medieval period. And it's a very fascinating fact. I think there was a movie also of Aishwarya Rai, which was there in South, which was made
Ponniyin
on
Selvan.
Yeah, Ponniyin Selvan, which was made on imperial Cholas. And they are known for this, that they conquered Southeast Asia and they, carried our culture. Sometimes there are talks also. Are we not reading about Chola Empire, the imperial Cholas enough? So this fact, even if you see this whole thing, many of you may deduce this whole thing.
In fact, I think sir has taken a session also about this Chola related
Chola
thing, right?
related, yeah. So this is actually a question which you should have got it right. I don't think many people would have got, but again.
But sir, I think there should be like one point that is to be discussed. In fact, some of the students might have gotten confused between Sri Vijaya Empire and Shailendra Empire. There are two empires actually mentioned, but the Shailendra Empire that comes from the region of Cambodia. Okay, that's the peninsular part in Southeast Asia that's there, the area of modern day Cambodia, Vietnam, that part. But when we talk specifically about the Suvarna Bhumi, that is Java, when we talk about the Malay or the Malaysia, the modern Malaysia, these areas were particularly taken over by Rajendra, right? Basically Rajendra first, right? Rajendra first. In fact, I just got think that it was Raja. Rajendra first, he was the one who conquered these area. Because of that, there is one more epithet, I think, sir. We would like to say that the lake of the Cholas, the lake of the great Cholas, I think this
Indian Ocean, they used to call that, it was
the
the
Bay
lake
of Bengal region.
Bay of Bengal
Region, that was called the lake of the Cholas.
And Amogha Varsha also, when we talk about tripartite struggle, we talk about him. He's known as Ashoka of the South. Very famous. He wrote a book called Kavi Raja Marga. See, understand one thing. When you people are giving next year pre, don't just prepare on Rajendra one. Research on Amogha Varsha, Pratap Rudra, Vishnu Vardhana. All these rulers becomes important now because UPSC has asked them in options.
In fact, some students, they continuously keep asking that, sir, how to analyze the previous year questions at the same time. Even though the time here is not appropriate to discuss all that, but still the sir is telling you a very keen approach that all the options must be considered with the appropriate detailing so that it would be helpful for the students who are looking for appearing the examination next year, right? So Amogha Varsha is a very important person, very important ruler from the Rashtrakuta dynasty. Then Prataparudra, guys, Prataparudra was a very famous Kakatiya ruler. You all might have heard about Rudrama Devi, right? And at the same time, you might have heard about the project Kakatiya that Telangana government had started off in the name of Kakatiya rulers because they were famous for the excellent work of the construction of lakes, ponds, etc. The water conservation part is very essential. So you might be expecting such sort of questions in the upcoming year as well.
Also, Hoysalas, they are very famous for the Vishra style of temple architecture. Nagara Davida Vishra.
Yeah.
And they are in news, UNESCO World Heritage Sites, etc. Now, the point is, it becomes very difficult. We can understand there are so many rulers in so many different dynasties. The only thing which you can do is read about these dynasties, read about the particular kings which have been asked in the options. That's what we can do. Rest,
I think the answer would be option number C. So proceeding to the next question. With reference to ancient India, 600 to 322 BC, consider the following pairs. Asmaka, the river flowing in the region Godavari. Kamboj, river flowing in the region Vipasa. Avanti, Mahanadi. Kosal, Sarayu. So how many of the pairs given above are correctly matched? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sir, your opinion on this question?
Generally, we talk about 16 Mahajanpads stated in Angutar Nikaya, which is one of the Buddhist texts. And there we talk about all these Mahajanpad. That Ashmaka, it is also known as Ashika. It is the only Mahajanpad south of Vindhyas. And the capital was Potali or Podana. And then Godavari River was located on the banks of Godavari River.
Yes.
We talk about Avanti. Avanti was located on the banks of Vetravati River, which is currently known as Betwa River. So these are some facts which we talk about. Kaushal, like Saryu River divided Kaushal into two parts,
Exactly.
North Kaushal
North
and
and South
South Kaushal. The Kamboja thing, Vipas and Kamboja, they are very far apart from each other. But again, we and Abhishek are like having a discussion related to that.
Actually, as the trend has been from the last few years that UPSC is giving some sort of ambiguous questions and then either eliminating that question or choosing a very ambiguous kind of option in the answer key. So here, if we go by this particular way of UPSC, so we may expect that sometimes it may be possible that because Vipasha, that's modern day Vyas River, even though it flows quite far away from the boundaries of the ancient day Kamboj, however, as we understand that the boundaries of the frontiers were not that much well defined in the earlier period, so maybe that UPSC goes for this choice as well, that yes, it flew through the Cambodia. But as of now, we are choosing this particular question to have the answer
B.
that option number B should be there. Only two of them, because
First and fourth.
Asmaka and
Kaushal.
Kosal,
They are correct.
these two are correct. For now, we are considering that this is surely wrong.
Wrong.
This is questionable, but as of now, we are considering it
Wrong.
wrong. Okay, so the answer would be option number B. Next question is the first Gandharva Mahavidyalaya, a music training school, was set up in 1901 by Vishnu Digambar Paluskar in Delhi, Gwalior, Ujjain, Lahore.
This is one of the most factual questions I have seen. Now, these are the questions which you can leave in exam. These questions will not make or break your UPSC, right? There were other questions which we have discussed which you can deduce. What is your view on this question, sir?
Sir, I think some of the students, they, particularly my students, they might be complaining that, sir, you did not teach this particular point in the class. Let me tell you, I still, believe the same thing. I have exclamated the same thing in the class, that do not try to memorize these things. Do not try to by heart these things, because if these things come into the examination, it's okay. If they don't, it's okay again.
Cost benefit ratio. How many these factual information
You cannot actually memorize that which particular musician established which particular school. You cannot memorize that how many of them are famous dancers of which particular style of dance. Very difficult for a student who is also liable to study, sir, so many subjects along with his history, right? So still, for the sake of answering this question, I would tell you that the answer would be Lahore. Okay.
Lagdi Lahore diya, kudiyan Lahore diya.
So Lahore would be the place actually in 1901, and subsequently this particular Mahavidyalaya, it was relocated to New Delhi. And as per this, let me also tell you that there are several other Mahavidyalaya, Gandharva Mahavidyalayas in India as well. Particularly, they are situated in Gwalior, they are situated in Nagpur as well, in Mumbai suburbs also. So we have several music colleges or Gandharva Mahavidyalayas, but this one was one of the earliest and established in the city of Lahore.
Anything first is very important. Your first club, your first, So first Gandharva Mahavidyalaya.
Right. Okay, guys, so let us move to the next question. Ashokan inscriptions suggest that the Pradeshika, Rajuka, Yukta were important officers at the village level administration, district level administration, provincial, or the level of central administration. Sir.
Generally, we talk about these terms when we read about, Mauryan Empire. Even when we go to Guptas, there also we talk about different units at administrative levels. So Pradeshikas, again, they are rulers they are the officers in the district level. But Rajukas, they are generally ruler officers. I used to give a cheat code also, sir, when I used to teach these terms. Rajuka are, ruler officers are. So it's a very, the answer will be district level administration, but it's not like everyone is fitting into that domain only. They can be part of even village level administration also. And this Yukta is also subordinate to these guys.
Actually, see, I think I would slightly differ. Actually, the thing is, as sir told that Rajuka was related to the rural official, right? But at the same time, he was also having the responsibility of the measurement of the land, and at that capacity, he used to assist the Pradeshika at the district level. Second thing, he also had the duty of discharging that judicial acts, right? So he was also at the same time judicial officer, and that also, sir, at the district level itself, right? Okay. So in that capacity, probably UPSC wants us to tell.
Yeah, basically the common fulcrum here in Pradeshika, Rajuka, Yukta is district. But yes, there are elements of villages also, but that can be always there. So the best option is B, district level.
So that is the answer, the district level, right? Guys, at the same time, the students who are watching us live and not supposed to write an examination at 2:30 p.m. the CSAT one. So guys, at least you can definitely hit the like button of the session, and at the same time keep sharing it with the maximum number of people, so that more and more number of people could join us live in the session, right?
And that will give us motivation to come up with, more sessions.
So guys, now next question, consider the following statements in respect of the non-cooperation movement. The Congress declared the attainment of Swaraj by all legitimate and peaceful means to be its objective. It was to be implemented in stages where, with civil disobedience and non-payment of taxes for the next stage only if Swaraj did not come within a year and the government resorted to the repression. So which of the statements given above are correct?
So this year they have focused on non-cooperation movement a lot. Generally, there is-
Particularly Mahatma Gandhi.
Mahatma Gandhi. Generally, we used to talk about Act 1773 to 1935. Always one question. This year they have not asked any questions from Act, right? Direct
I
questions.
think students might be, reluctant to say, but they might be thinking that, sir, before 1857, we won't study anything because there has been no question asked from this particular section.
Right, sir.
Apart from that Portuguese one, right? But I think this gives us a message that even this part was very grossly ignored in last 2-3 years, isn't it? So this year they have surprised us by bombarding the number of questions coming from this particular section.
Earlier there was a trend from modern. Lots of questions used to come. Ancient and medieval were ignored.
Exactly.
Now then UPSC started asking questions from ancient medieval, Sangam age, Mongols. Now again non-cooperation was ignored a bit. They again asked multiple questions this year. So both these statements are correct. Declared the attainment of Swaraj, and then it was to be implemented in stages. So both these statements are correct.
Correct, exactly. In fact, I would like to add up a little bit here. In the first statement, I'd say that Congress declared the attainment of Swaraj. See, when we talk about the attainment of Swaraj, right now, so Swaraj as the official goal, right, as the official goal that was declared in 1906.
Dadabhai Naoroji
Right
session.
now. But it was only through the constitutional means, right? These are the key terms that you must keep in the mind. Otherwise, the slight difference in the question's language, it may completely bolster your plan of doing this question rightly, right? So only through the constitutional means. Okay. And at the same thing, right? If the same thing was changed to any or all the legitimate and peaceful means, this is the criteria which was defined, in fact, redefined through the 1920 session at Nagpur.
We also talked about linguistic reorganization, I think, in this particular 1920
Yes,
session.
there are so many things, in
Right.
fact, related to this one. See, in fact, let me just enlist it down because the number one, Mahatma Gandhi, he wrote the Constitution of Congress, first thing. Second thing, the provincial Congress committees on the basis of the languages that was established. Third thing, that Gandhi was given the sole authority to decide upon the constitutional matters pertaining to the Congress and its steps in the movement. Fourth thing, that this particular session actually affirmed the approval of Congress with the Khilafat movement to pertain along with the non-cooperation.
Also, do remember that in 1920, two sessions happened actually.
One
in
was
Congress.
special session and the second one was a regular one.
Right.
Anyways, so next question is there. Sedition has become my religion was the famous statement given by Gandhiji. Once again, Gandhiji, at the time of the Champaran Satyagraha, publicly violating salt law at Dandi, attending the second roundtable conference in London, and the launch of the Quit India movement.
So now non-cooperation done, they have moved on to civil disobedience movement. So 12th March 1930, launch of Dandi March. Now many people, like UPSC has asked a lot of questions on Dandi March, and many people believe that the source is Dandi. Please understand, Dandi March, they're going to Dandi. Sabarmati to Dandi. Source is Sabarmati, destination is Dandi. 12th March 1930 to 6th April 1930. That was a time period. In many, I think PSC exam, they have also even asked, what is the time period of
Distance
Dandi?
also.
Distance, 24 days, this and that. So when he reached on 6th April, then he gave this particular quotation, sedition has become my religion. In fact, even before starting civil disobedience movement, he has wrote a letter to, I think, Lord Irwin, that I am going to do this. And I think 12th March, 2nd March or something, he wrote a letter that stop me if you can, and I believe that your role is this.
Actually,
Yeah.
he gave the entire, itinerary.
Exactly what I am
Entire
going to do.
itinerary, he gave that this is the path that I'm going to follow, and arrange all your, police and other systems, and we are going to lead to, make the salt.
Sedition has become my religion. Many people know that it has been stated by Gandhiji, but when? That's what makes it tricky. It's not very easy to always, remember when Gandhiji said what, when he wrote, Indus Swaraj, this and that. There are young India, new India, so many things which look so similar. It sometimes becomes tough to remember the exact event.
Exactly. So right answer would be option number B, publicly violating salt law at Dandi, and it was said on, as the sir told you, that 6th of April, right, 6th of April, 1930. Okay, so next question would be the famous female figurine known as Dancing Girl found at Mohenjo-daro is made of. Sir, what would you say about this question?
Again, a factual question. Whenever I teach IVC, I teach students about two things. See, there is a mnemonic copper, bronze, iron, CBI. copper, bronze and iron. And we talk about copper, Chalcolithic period, non-contemporary Harappan culture. And then you have bronze and then you have iron. Bronze is an alloy. When I talk about this, I talk about bronze and brass. Do remember here history and science and tech merges. So brass is copper plus zinc. Oh my God. We have to, read science and tech also here. And bronze is copper plus tin. So this I always tell whenever we are reading about Indus Valley civilization. And Dancing Girl is made up of bronze. You do remember this thing also. Brass, like BR is there in the both portion. And here you have A. And then here you have Z. Copper is there in both the portions. Hope you can understand where I'm going with this. Brass is copper plus zinc. Bronze is copper plus tin. Do remember it. These facts will help you. Remember the chronology. CBI, copper, bronze, iron. Although now something has happened in Tamil Nadu because of which so many changes are happening.
All right. So I think, sir, as this question is, I think, very, very easy, right? Very, very easy. But students, let me tell you that this question is easy. It's not always the case that you are going to be asked the easier questions. In fact, let me tell you that all these are very, very important, very, very important elements which have been used in the Harappan civilization. For example, when we talk about the carnelian, right? The carnelian is we can say a semi-precious kind of gemstone that was being used in the preparation of or manufacturing of the beaded jewelries, right? At the same time, one that is not written here, that is jasper, right? This jasper was a reddish sandstone, and this particular jasper was actually used to make a very interesting human bust that was found at Harappa. Then clay is basically, it was burnt into the fire, or in fact baked into the fire. And then what was, I think, terracotta, you all might be aware of, right? So terracotta, that was
fired clay.
Exactly. Then gold, guys, gold, it is a little bit, I would say, recent, I would say, understanding that gold was also used, right? But at the same time, gold is also there, that was present in the Harappan civilization. So this is the one that was most common. Most common. So therefore, they have asked this question.
And gold, we talk about KGF mines. So KGF is a movie also. And even in Harappan period, we say that gold was mined from KGF region of Karnataka. So yeah, gold was there. Gold was known to them.
Exactly. So Dancing Girl made of bronze.
Iron was not known to them. And so many UPSC questions have been asked on whether iron was known to IVC people.
Actually, sir, I was expecting that, recently there was a lot of news, in fact, coming from the region of Tamil Nadu.
Iron
particularly the Krishnagiri region of Tamil Nadu, and even the Andhra Pradesh and some areas were also there.
That will push back the date of iron.
Because the Sangam age that we, traditionally considered to belong to this 6th century BC onwards. But the researchers, they have been saying now that it might be pushed back to as much as like maybe 12th or 22nd
and
millennium.
In fact, it would make it the oldest like Iron Age culture in the world, not only in India.
In fact, the Hittites, which are considered the oldest culture related to the Iron Age, they might be superseded by the Sangam Age discoveries.
I think they are near around Turkey region or something. Exactly.
Yes. Anyway, so this particular question, who provided legal defense to the people arrested in the aftermath of Chauri Chaura incident? Chitranjan Das, Madan Mohan Malviya.
And there is another option here, Krishnikant.
Dr. Saifuddin Kichliu and Khwaja Hassan Nizami and Muhammad Ali Jinnah. So
I don't agree with this option. I don't agree with this option.
I think particularly the answer here, let me tell you, that should be Madan Mohan Malviya, right? Madan Mohan Malviya. Why is that the right answer? Because there is a very famous story about Malviya ji that probably, till the Surat split, he was practicing the law regularly, and in that particular event, he left the practice of law. Afterwards, he took up the practice only when this defense was required, and in fact, the government had charged probably 190 plus people of the sedition, and at the same time, they were also charged for the violence that was created in the name of, protesting. So Madan Mohan Malviya got probably 156 people discharged from all the accusations which were levied against him.
Some common facts, like he is also known as Mahamana, awarded Bharat Ratna, played a crucial role in establishment of BHU, Banaras Hindu University, along with Annie Besant. These are important personalities. And Mahamana or Madan Mohan Malviya was a representative of Gandhiji during Pune Pact. Right, sir? Because Gandhiji was in Yarwada jail at that time. And he
And
was.
I would like to just add one more thing, that at the same time, he was the one who was also associated with the Hindu Mahasabha. And at the same time, in the 1906, when the Muslim League was established, in the very next year, Punjab Hindu Union was also established, where he was also associated with one of them. At the same time, as sir told you that, establishment of BHU, he was one of the key figures in that. He was the fourth, I think, principal or fourth, head of the institution in the Banaras Hindu University. Anyway, so the answer would be Madan Mohan Malviya, but he was not alone in that case. There were many more people as well. Probably the advocate Krishna Kant was also there.
Also, interesting fact related to BHU, that I think Gandhiji's first public, meeting which he attended was in BHU.
In 1960.
And he scolded people there who were the founders, so-called founders of BHU. Right.
So the next question would be, the subsequent to which one of the following events Gandhiji, who consistently, sir, one more question from Gandhiji, who consistently opposed untouchability and appealed for its eradication from all spheres, decided to include the upliftment of Harijans in his political and social program.
Before we talk about this question, one thing. These days, there are so many talks related to Gandhiji was a good man, bad man. See, please, you can be leftist, you can be rightist. In exam, you have to be a centrist. It's not like if you don't personally like Gandhiji, you will not read about him. You have to read about him, and you have to be neutral in these perspectives. You cannot go on one side of the spectrum or the other, as you can understand how many questions are there.
In fact, I would like to say that at this moment right now, no matter if you are a working professional or you are a seasoned campaigner in this particular examination mold, rather than being a particular ideologue, you should be more of a student's mindset.
Exactly.
Instead of going to the right or the left or center even. You should be a student who simply knows certain thing, who simply knows the facts, and who simply knows the informations and all. So here in this case, the Pune Pact, that should be the answer, in fact, straightforward question. But still, why is this answer? Because the other things, the Gandhi-Irvin Agreement, Delhi Pact, that was in the month of March 1931, I think on the 5th of March you might be. Then arrest of the Congress leadership at the time of the Quit India movement. There is absolutely no sense that if the Congress leadership is arrested, then Gandhi would start the movement for Harijans. Right, there is absolutely no sense in that. Promulgation of the Government of India Act 1935. Once again, it doesn't make any sense because that was a constitutional step taken by the British Indian government.
Here also there are some keywords which we need to know, like joint electorate, separate electorates. What is the basic meaning here?
So therefore, this is the, I think, answer.
Oh, yeah. Separate electorate. Like here, the whole debate is related to Ambedkar versus Gandhi. Ambedkar, sir, he participated in all the 3 round table conference, in the first round table conference, and then in the second he talked about separate electorate for untouchable or the Harijan class. And Gandhiji was like, no, this will create division within Hinduism. And then he went into fast unto death in Yarwada jail. And in between Ramsay MacDonald, he announced a communal award. And in retaliation, when Gandhiji went on to fast unto death, this Pune Pact was signed. And Gandhiji's representative was Madan Mohan Malviya, as we have discussed earlier. So this whole thing, and lots of questions have been asked on Pune Pact.
In fact, I would like to add a few more things in this particular part as well. This separate electorate point, and that has been into the discussion quite a lot in the recent times. So when we talk about separate electorate, this was actually first of all given or awarded to the Muslims, particularly the segregated section in the 1909, the Indian Council Act. After that, in 1919 Government of India Act, the British government further enhanced this particular representation for the several more communities. So from that time itself, 1920 onwards, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, when he first represented the, that time depressed classes it was called as, now it is called scheduled castes. So the group was represented first in 1920 at the, I think, procession of Raja of Kolhapur. There itself, it was actually given as an idea that the separate electorate should be demanded from the government. So this idea got slowly, sprouted up and got slowly more and more popularized. And over the period of time, when Dr. B.R. Ambedkar got a chance to meet to Simon Commission, then he put up this particular thought in front of the commission. It was, considered, but not enacted. So when he got the chance to communicate it to the roundtable conference representatives, then he did it in the second one. And then finally, Gandhiji, he resorted, or rather, I would say he reacted against it. And then this entire episode resorted to the
And when you look at the statement of Ambedkar, sir, after this Pune Pact, he said it is the biggest mistake of my life and it is a kind of an emotional blackmail or something. He was not very happy about it.
Exactly. Right answer would be option number A. Right. Then consider the following fruits: papaya, pineapple, guava. So, how many of the above were introduced in India by the Portuguese in the, I think, what is it?
16th and
16th and 17th centuries?
So there was one question also which reminds us, like there was one question, how many of the following crops were introduced from New World to Old World? I think some times or some year back.
Crops, animals, many more
Animals,
things.
New World to Old World. And there they have given some options. And I used to tell people that you don't need to, many people were like, oh my God, now we have to read world history if you want to solve UPSC pre-question, New World Americas, Old World Africa,
Sir,
you know.
some students actually, they get confused, they literally say that, is it a part of the world
World
history?
history. No, because the thing is, the options they have given, those crops were grown in like during the period of Indus Valley civilization. So based on your knowledge that wheat and cotton were cultivated in our
was a
land,
PYQ.
PYQ,
That was
you can eliminate the options. So that was like, these kind of questions don't require you to read world history. Similarly, this is again a straightforward question, but a factual question. So many things were brought by Portuguese, including these three things: papaya, pineapple, and guava. So I think the answer is all three, right?
In fact, there are so many things which are enlisted, not only the fruits or the cash crops or even some of the basic technologies like the printing technology, or even I would say the bicycle was also somewhere related to the Portuguese. In fact, the soap bars, even though the shampoo is something that was Indian, which went from India to Europe, but the soap bar that actually came from Europe to India.
There is an interesting story related to printing press. Some European went to China, they learned that technology there, came back to Europe, spread that technology there, and from there we learned it.
Exactly.
So we could have learned directly from China, that whole thing. I read it in Sapiens, I think, sir.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting story. Really.
Exactly. So right answer would be option number 3. In fact, let me just list down few more things. In fact, like papaya, pineapple, guava is there. Then apart from that, the tobacco.
Potato? Did they
Right,
potato?
the tobacco, then potato, and the tomato. So all the similar sounding words. Right?
Our salad will not be possible without these particles.
Groundnuts. Then apart from that, even which we call as a mozzarella cheese. So that also came from them. And apart from that, we have this one, the bread bun, etc. So all these things actually came from the Portuguese only. Apart from that, a few more fruits as we talk about, like oranges also came from the Portuguese only. And the Portuguese also brought with them the technology of, the method of making this cottage cheese, paneer, even though we claim it to be an Indian something, but it is actually the method that was given to us by the Portuguese. So that is the answer. Option number C would be the answer. Sir, this is the last question, I think.
Who among the following was the founder of self-respect movement? Yes, sir. And see, generally when we talk about this thing, I always talk about one thing, sir. Like in North India, we read about Rig Vedic Samhita. There is a book, Purusha Shukta Him. It talks about division of society into Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. But during this particular period, when Sangam age was going on in South India, they had a horizontal division of society based on which land they were living. Kurinji, Mulai, Marudam, Niyadal, Palai, something like that. You don't have to do PhD here. So it was a horizontal division of society in South India. Then later on, gradually, the South India society was also divided into two parts: Brahman and non-Brahman, so to say. And what happened was, these non-Brahmins, they started realizing that Brahman people are occupying higher posts, higher number of seats in judiciary, IAS, this and that. And then the reaction started in different form. One form is self-respect movement, justice movement, Dravidian movement.
Exactly.
Even the current DMK and AIDMK, which
They
we
are
are
the
seeing,
byproducts of this
this movement. So Periyar E.V. Ramaswamy Nayakar.
That's, I think, the easiest question. Most of you might have heard directly and might have learned directly that E.V. Ramaswamy Nayakar Periyar was the one. However, as sir told you, that justice movement was probably the first, I would say, organized movement in the political form, which was explicitly asking for the reservation for the non-Brahmins, and particularly that was, I think, some 3% or something demanded. That was demanded in the Madras legislature and the government posts. So that was actually considered as some sort of some sort of kindness, mercy. So in lieu of that, then repatriation actually started off, and then Ramaswamy Nayakar Periyar decided to go single-handedly and demand for the self-respect, and that was the movement. Okay, guys, so I think this is the last question of history, right?
Right, sir.
So, sir, overall, what is your say on the level of paper? I think as we have discussed here, and the students might have watched us. So, what would you say that the overall difficulty level and the nature of questions, like more direct or indirect nature of questions.
So personally, what I'm feeling is like from last 3-4 years, I have realized that paper last year I thought the paper was comparatively easier. Although there were some questions like Tathagata, Na, there were some words. Buddha is known by which name or something like that. So there were questions which were tricky. This year also there was some more straightforward question. Thankfully, more questions from history.
Exactly.
So that is actually
at least
a good
we
thing.
can have some concrete opinion, at least like what was the nature of paper. At least last year the number of questions were so
less than 10.
and even the nature of question was also quite, I would say, dicey.
Weird, yeah.
Quite weird.
So this year the paper is good related to history. Science and tech, I found it comparatively very hard. So sir, you will be taking science and tech, no, sir? Oh my god.
So I think the history particular portion, that is according to me and sir both, it's I would say moderate only, not
moderate.
very difficult. It would be moderate only, and in fact, personally, if you'd ask me, it would be on the easier side, moderate, because except some questions here and there, even the confusion level was also not there. It was quite straightforward, quite.
I found
simple
some
question.
questions
Some
factual, rest like.
But sir, those facts, I think, those were the facts which were quite easily graspable and very mainstream facts.
Can be
not very
deduced
awkward.
also.
Not very awkward. Okay, so I think the next would be which one? Which
Will be
subject?
geography.
Geography. Okay. So very soon the geography analysis will be beginning, and I think, guys, those who are live with us, I think kindly tell us about your experience, particularly how many of you are going to appear the question next year, because the students who are this year appearing, they are, I think, already in the exam hall, right? Okay.
Okay, sir, let me come here as well. And I have been receiving many questions over my Telegram and Instagram. The students are, too vocal about this particular question. That history, as sir cited, that, Gandhi ji dominated in the history questions. The reason is obviously that, too many of the, division is right now in our society.
Anti-Gandhi propaganda.
Anti-Gandhi propaganda. People favoring Gandhi, people opposing Gandhi, like that. So, sir, what could be your opinion? Obviously, we can't be very sure, but what could be your opinion that questions from ancient history, medieval history, and art and culture specifically, they are literally kind of, neglected this time? What could be probable reason as per your understanding?
Actually, sir, since last 3 to 4 years, the questions from the ancient and medieval, particularly the transition period between the ancient and medieval, that was becoming the favorite spot of UPSC for asking the questions from history. Okay. This year, they have, I would say, revitalized the modern history segment and particularly highlighted the easiest part, that is Mahatma Gandhi, because that is something traditionally that has been highlighted and equally by the teachers as well as by the students who have been studying this subject particularly. So this year they have, I would say, ignored would be a little bit difficult word to say. There are questions from ancient as well, not in big numbers, not too many questions, but still they have preferred the modern history just because I think nothing but to do balance.
Okay. So could there be, means like this is my understanding, okay, could there be any reason behind it, that many state boards including CBSE, they have removed the Mughal chapter from their curriculum? Could it be any somewhere related concept?
Actually, sir, I think UPSC does not go beyond the general guidelines or general I would say tendencies being established by the authorities.
Okay.
So usually they follow this current, right?
Okay.
So this is quite evident if we observe the question paper here. There are hardly any questions coming from the medieval, particularly the big span of 800 years in the North India, that is including the Sultanate and Afghan rule and the Mughal rule. Not a single question has come from that portion, right? Even the very favorite, the UPSC's own child, right, Vijayanagar Empire, that is also being grossly ignored here.
Grossly ignored.
So I would say that they have actually tried to emphasize more upon the ancient, and just in order to increase the number of questions, they have also equally inculcated the modern history as well.
Okay.
Right. It was quite obvious that they would be ignoring the medieval history as per the latest trends that are going on.
So technically, what can I state this? Is it true to state? Is it fine to state that don't go on to the trends?
Exactly.
Right, because it is UPSC's full form, unpredictable public service commission.
Sir, I think this has been. I think, sir, you will be agreeing to this statement that going according to the very, very recent trend, like just 3 to 4 years, it has been a very recent kind of I would say improvisation in the UPSC, because earlier we used to see at least like 10 years, 15 years question papers, just to get an idea of the topics which were actually wholesome and important in the examination. Recently, students try to say or try to stay limited within 3 to 4 years of question paper. That is somehow no more dependable at all in this moment.
Means it's dangerous. It's quite dangerous. It's lethal. That means ultimately you need to enlarge your areas of analysis and expand the horizons, basically. Okay, thank you so much, sir. These were actually my inbox right now got flooded since you started your history session. Okay, so my inbox literally got flooded with multiple aspirants, those who are right now, means like those who have given the examination, and right now they would be inside this CSAT paper now. So guys, as sir said, please enlarge your horizons and prepare for the toughest things, so that you can have everything in your knowledge, and everything is there in your insights, so nothing troubles you inside those 2 hours, 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. exactly.
All right, sir. So
okay, thank you so much, sir. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, everyone.
So guys, let's wait for our geography faculties. Okay, they would be here in any minute. Okay, so just allow us a minute.
यहाँ पे कौन खोलेगा हाँ मेरी वाली पीडीएफ भेजिए
So hello everyone. Now we will continue geography. You will continue geography. In geography, there were around 10 to 12 questions, which me and Pankaj sir, we both are going to discuss, right? See, according to me, according to both of us, some questions of geography were tricky, but some questions were very easy to solve, right? So what we will do, first, let me start with the very first question. Sir, I am going to take that question, right?
Okay,
Earth's
sure,
atmosphere.
sure, you take. उसके बाद मेरी पीपीटी आई मेरी पीपीटी ऐड करिए अभी मेरी इसमें डाउन हाँ वो ऐड करिए Where are questions? Questions का है?
See, the first question which I am going to discuss, it was very tricky, right? Or I feel that many of you, you felt that this question to solve, it was very difficult to solve it. But I will make it very clear with some references that all statements are correct. But here, 3 statements were mentioned regarding this question.
फिर जाना कैसे उसमें दूसरे में
ये वाली आपको
Okay, done. Yep. Okay, done. Done. So, see, the question number 1. There are 3 statements in this question, right? And the statements are related to basically that is our Earth axis, is it drifting or not? What is statement 1? Statement 1 is saying that scientific studies suggest that a shift is taking place in the Earth's rotation and axis. Yes, there's a report of NASA which was released in the year 2021. And according to that report, according to that report, yes, the report is entitled as what? Jet Propulsion Laboratory. According to it, NASA and peer-reviewed research confirmed that the Earth's rotation axis is slowly drifting. So statement 1 is 100% correct. Now let's move to statement number 2. What is statement number 2? See, now Aditya L1 is meant to study how sun behaves. Aditya L1 is meant to study, the impact of solar flares on our Earth. Aditya L1 is meant to study that how our satellites will be impacted by coronal mass ejection and solar flares. So what is statement 2? Solar flares and associated coronal mass ejections bombarded the Earth's outermost atmosphere, that is magnetosphere, with tremendous amount of energy. This statement is absolutely correct, my dear friends. This report was released by Aditya L1 in the year by mid 2024, right? Now what is statement 3? As the Earth's polar ice melts, the water tends to move towards the equator. Now there is again a very important report on cryosphere, right? That report was released by interpanel governmental on what? Your climate change. According to that report, as the ice melt, there will be redistribution of what mass? Actually, a land between water mass between what poles to equator. Due to it, what will happen? You will see there will be a change in Earth's inertia, and when there will be change in Earth's inertia, it will contribute to axial shift, means Earth's tiltation. So now come to question again. What is the question? Question is, which one of the following is correct in respect of the above statement? So here answer is, my dear friend, both statements second and third are correct, but only one of them explains statement 1. Now which statement explains statement 1? That is statement number 3. I hope you got it, that as the Earth polar ice will melt, it will lead to shift in Earth's axial rotation. I hope this is clear. You don't have any doubt in it. Now moving towards our second question. What is second question? प्रॉब्लम क्या है इसको? Please call him. Really very sorry for the inconvenience, but I'm not able to open this second question. It is on what your mineral security partnership. Please wait for a second. Now, as you have, attempted this exam, many of you who worked really very hard, but they could not, give their best. So don't worry about it. Now, you have to learn from your mistakes. Whatever mistakes you have done, you have to learn a lesson from it. And again, take a 2 to 3 days break. And after the break, please focus on your study again. Focus on your fundamentals. See, this time, UPSC again surprised you by, giving you a questions which were having around 3 statements. So what my suggestion to you is, first go through the foundation, subjects and attempt as many as PYQs you can attempt, right? Okay, so the question number second is that India has joined the Mineral Security Partnership as a member. Is this statement correct or wrong? Absolutely correct. See, this Mineral Security Partnership organization was formed to reduce the dependency on China regarding what? Critical mineral. And this mineral partnership was formed in the year 2022. And in June 2023, India became a partner of this organization. So 100% statement 1 is correct. What is statement 2? That India is a resource-rich country in all 30 critical minerals that has identified. See, our Ministry of Mines, he formed a committee, and the objective of that committee was to make an assessment that how many minerals in India are very critical to India's economy, right? And that committee, after thorough, study, they came with this conclusion that India has 30 critical minerals. So do remember, second statement is also correct. Now, what is statement number 3? The Parliament in 2023 has amended the Mines and Minerals your Development and Regulation Act. Is this right? Yes. This was right to add critical minerals or to make regulations on what critical minerals. So regarding this question, the statement D is absolutely correct. Statement D is absolutely correct. Now, the next 2 questions will be taken up by Pankaj sir. Please, Pankaj sir, I'll welcome you. So, okay, question number 42.
Hello, student. So the section B we are going to cover. In that one, there are 40 question number 42nd and 43rd will be there, and these 2 questions are totally map based. That's so. Let us see here. Consider the following. Consider the following countries: Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Venezuela. And here it is asking Andes mountain passes through how many of the above countries. So it is simply, I can say that this simply shift to the road. So if I simply say that this is yours South America, and here it is your Andes mountain. And if you see that Andes mountain, the countries which are mentioned over there, here it is. And here the countries which are here, we can say Colombia. Colombia is there, Ecuador is there, Peru is here, Peru. So Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, but you can say the Brazil this side, and here it is Paraguay. So Colombia, you can say here it is Colombia, this side is Ecuador, and here we can say Peru, and this side we can be able to say Paraguay, and here it is Brazil. So one more option it is there, that Brazil, Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Venezuela, and here you can say like, here you can say the one country is here, Venezuela. So on the basis of that, we can say the Venezuela country, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. These are the country which are passing through the Andes. These are the country which are passing through the, but Brazil is not. Brazil is not that country through which Andes mountain is passing. Another one is Paraguay. So remove Brazil and Paraguay, the rest are passing through the Andes mountain system. So here we can be able to see, here we can say that the country Bolivia, Brazil is not, Colombia is passing through that, Ecuador is passing through that, and Venezuela is passing through that. On the basis of that, and Paraguay is not. So which are the country? The four. Only the four option is correct. So now this is the map based question. Now we are moving and shifting toward the next question, question number 43. And this question number 43 is again the world map based question, and here it is discussing about, consider the following water bodies, and these are Lake Tanganyika, Lake Tonal Sap, and Patos Lagoon. So these are the country, if I say, these are the lakes which are, I can say like in the map of the world, and here one country is Cambodia. So there are one lake Tanganyika is here. You can say the lake Tanganyika. Tanganyika lake is away from the equator. Again you can say it is not passing, lake Tanganyika equator is not passing through the lake Tanganyika. Another one is Lake Tonal Sap in the southern part of Brazil, which Patos Lagoon. Patos Lagoon is the southern part of the Brazil, and here it is also not passing through the equator. So these two countries you have seen where it is not passing through, and another in the Cambodia, and that lake is Tonal Sap.
कर दिए करो क्या करना है
And that country Tonal Sap, it is in Cambodia. So you can say the Tonal Sap, Tanganyika, and another one, Patos Lagoon, all are not through, all these lakes are away from the equator. So the answer is none of them. So the next two questions Randir sir is going to take. So enjoy with their class, in his class.
See, this question, I also take current affair program, right, in paid batches. And on 15th January 2025, I covered a topic which was National Turmeric Board. Exactly these statements, I discussed with my students. See, here, all these statements are correct. India is the largest producer and exporter of turmeric in the world. India almost exports more than 60% of turmeric throughout the world, right? Statement 1 is 100% correct. And yes, there are more than 30 varieties of turmeric which are grown in India. Now, turmeric is basically a crop of Southeast Asia, right? Now, turmeric is majorly grown in tropical regions. Now, our South India, especially Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, all these states lie to the south of Tropic of Cancer. So, Maharashtra, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, they are actually the largest, one of the largest producing state, largest turmeric producing states in India. So, my dear friends, all these statements are 100% correct. All these statements are 100% correct. I am moving towards next question. Now, what is the next question? It is related to your Physical Geography, class 11th, right? And the chapter is Origin of Continents and Oceans. As all of we have studied, there are many theories related to origin of continents and oceans, like continental drift theory, like sea floor spreading, like plate tectonic theory. Now there is another very interesting theory on what your convectional current, that how these energy is moving in the interior of the earth. We call it convectional current theory. So this question is very easy, but the third statement which is mentioned in this question is very tricky. Now we are going to solve it. What is the first statement? The belt of ancient rocks from Brazil coast matches with those from Western Africa. So here, Alfred Wegener was the person who propounded this theory. He was a German, right? This German man proposed the theory, and to prove his theory, he gave, many evidences. One among them was what your zigzag theory. In zigzag theory, what it was, that two continents, these 7 continents which you are currently seeing in their present position, once they were together, and together they formed a single huge landmass which was called Pangaea. So how he concluded this, how he came to this, point that all these landmass were together at one time, around 200 to 250 million years ago. So this was the similarity in the continents. And yes, between your Brazil and your West Africa, this one, there was a quite similarity in coastline. Second statement is, now if you'll see, in Ghana, last year, 2024, UPSC asked question related to what your Ghana. In Ghana is very famous for coffee as well as gold. Now, similarly, gold of same age, they are found in what your eastern coast of Brazil and western coast of what your Africa, near Gulf of Guinea. So this statement is also very correct. Now, the third evidence, if you remember, that the evidence was what your similarity in sediments, right? The sediments of same age, like glacial till. So here, what is the third statement? That the Gondwana system of sediments from India, those sediments which were formed around 200 million years ago, same sediments you will see in what your 6 different land masses of southern hemisphere. Absolutely correct. Like Antarctic, like Africa, like South America, like Australia, like New Zealand. So here, my dear friends, do remember that C is the correct option. What UPSC is asking you, the question is select the correct answer using the code given above. So C is the correct answer. I hope there is no doubt in it. Now please, Pawan sir, you can continue with next questions.
Okay. So we are going to take the question number 46 of the B, and here consider the following statement. It is saying, statement 1 says that the amount of dust particles in the atmosphere is more in subtropical and temperate areas in comparison to or than in equator and polar regions. Let us understand this first statement. And in the first statement, we can say, in the first statement here, if I am talking about the equator, above the equator, you know that the convection of warm water vapor takes place, and this warm water vapor, every day cloud formation is taking place. When the cloud formation is taking place, then it is raining every day between 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. So when it is taking rainfall every day between 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., the dust particles in the equator, what happens? It goes down. So in the equator, the less amount of dust particles exist. Now coming into the polar region. In the polar region, the reason is it is very low temperature, very less rainfall, and the particles and the wind is also blowing very slow. So in this region, the dust particle is also very less. So you can understand that why do equator and polar region has very less amount of dust particle. Now let us move towards, I said that subtropical region. In the subtropical region, what happened? There is deserts are existing, and the winds are also blowing very fast. Winds are also blowing very fast. When they are flowing very fast, then what happens? They carry the lots of particles in the air. So you can say in the subtropical region, there is a dust particle is little high. And in the temperate region is 50 to 60 degree latitude in the northern and southern hemisphere. Southern hemisphere doesn't have land, but it has volume water body. But in northern hemisphere, 50 temperate region has also wind movement, and some kind of open lands are there, exposed lands are there. And due to the wind movement of westerlies, warm westerlies, and then cold polar easterlies, there is an, I said, upliftment of some dust particles. So in the temperate region and in subtropical region, we can say that there is a good amount of dust particles. So on the basis of that, we can say statement 1 is correct. Now let us move towards the another, and second statement says that subtropical and temperate areas have less dry winds. Subtropical and temperate areas have less dry winds. Let us move towards subtropical and now here in the region of, it is equatorial region, it is a subtropical region, and here it is, I said, temperate region. So we can say the temperate region, subtropical region, and here we have equatorial region, and here it is polar region. It is talking about less dry winds, means there should be some humidity. It is talking about subtropical and temperate region has less dry winds, means somewhere has humidity. So we can say subtropical region is in a desert region. So here it is completely dry. It is what? Completely dry. And we can be able to see in the temperate region, here the warm westerlies carry the moisture from the ocean, and cold polar easterlies also from the Arctic Ocean, they carry the moisture, and these two carrying the moisture and in the temperate region making humid. So here temperate region is humid and the subtropical region is dry. So on the basis of that second statement where it is talking about less dry, what is the meaning of less dry? Less dry means there is a humid, but in the subtropical region it is completely dry, and in the temperate region it is humid. So on the basis of that, statement number 2 is incorrect, and let us see that the here it is the statement 1. Statement 1 is correct and statement 2 is wrong. On the basis of that, we can say statement option C, statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is not correct. Let us move towards the next question, question number 47. Question number 47. Again, it is in a climate-based question, and it is very interesting question. Here it is talking about in January, statement 1 says that in January in northern hemisphere, the isotherms bend equatorward while crossing the landmass and poleward while crossing the oceans. Is it okay? So let us see. Here, suppose I am making the map of India, and here it is your landmass India, and here it is Arabian Sea. What is happening in winter? In winter, you know that sun rays comes slant. When it is coming slant, the heat is very less. When the heat is very less, then what happened? Our land has very low specific heat. In low specific heat means simply we can say that any substance, if it has a low specific heat, it will warm fast and it will cold fast. What happens? If there is no heat, then this land will become very cold, and water specific heat, Arabian Sea water specific heat is high. So what happened? There it is a temperature will be little warmer. In winter, land will be colder and Arabian Sea will be what I said, the little warmer. In that case, our isotherm will be in the, because it is warm, it will be little more towards pole, and in the land mass it is colder, it is less towards the land, towards equator, and this way our isotherm will be there. So on the basis of that first statement, we can say that first statement is correct. When during winter isotherms is moving towards or bending towards equator in the land, and in the water it is moving towards the pole. Now let us see the second statement. And in the second statement, in January, the air over the ocean is warmer than the over the land mass in northern hemisphere. So here you can see this Arabian Ocean is, you know that it is warmer in winter, but land mass is what? Colder. So above the land mass of India, what will happen if it is colder? Through the conduction and radiation, the above the air will be colder. Yes or not? You must have felt in the during the winter what happened. Air in the atmosphere is colder because of the conduction and the radiation. So it will be colder, and above the ocean it is will be warmer because the ocean is warmer. The second statement is also. Second statement is also, the first statement is correct. First statement is correct and the second statement, both are correct. Now let us see. Here it is asking both statement and statement 2 are correct, and statement 2 explain the statement 1. Here both the statement 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 explains the statement 1. Here we can say yes, then statement 2. Here it is January, the air above the ocean, and both the statement and 2 are correct, but statement 2 does not explain the statement 1. Here the option A is correct because it is explaining. So we have been able to see the 46 question number 47. It is a climate based, and now the Randhir sir is going to take the next question.
See, my dear friends, now this question is very easy. It is from climatology part. First, look at the statement number 1. What is the statement saying? Without the atmosphere, temperature would be well below freezing point, right? Everywhere on the Earth's surface. Take an example of Mercury. Which planet in the solar system has the extreme range of temperature? Means the diurnal range of temperature is maximum, that is Mercury. Why is it so? It is because of absence of atmosphere. It is because of absence of atmosphere. Now, the face of Mercury, the one side of Mercury which is facing the sun, it will experience, a maximum temperature. The temperature could, this temperature could go up to what, your 100 degrees Celsius. But the other side of the Mercury, right, the other surface of the Mercury, which is far away from the direct impact of insolation, means solar radiation, it will experience, that surface will experience what? Below freezing point. So without atmosphere, what will happen? The one side of Earth will experience extreme temperature. Extreme means the hottest temperature, and the other side, the face which is not directly facing the sun, will experience freezing point, right, or freezing temperature. Here we can say that statement 1 is absolutely wrong. Now what is statement 2? Heat absorbed and trapped by atmosphere maintains our planet's average temperature. There are some gases. Now atmosphere is mixture of gases, and in this atmosphere there are the presence of nitrogen is there, carbon dioxide is there, right, argon is there, but there are some gases which are what? Your greenhouse gases, means they are transparent for the incoming solar radiation, but they are opaque for the outgoing long wave terrestrial radiation. Yes, without atmosphere there is no life on Earth, because atmosphere helps in maintaining or regulating the Earth's temperature. Statement 2 is absolutely correct. What is statement 3? Atmospheric gases like carbon dioxide. My dear friends, just recall the topics of what your UNFCCC. What we have, decided to reduce in UNFCCC, the emission of greenhouse gases, right? So here carbon dioxide is the major greenhouse gas. Now what is the function of carbon dioxide? carbon dioxide is a very good absorber of what? Your outgoing long wave terrestrial radiation, along with methane, along with nitrous oxide. So statement 2 and statement 3, these statements are correct. Here the answer will be B. Done. Now moving towards our next question, that how many countries have more than 4 time zones? We are not going to waste so much of time, so much, we are not going to explain it. What we will do here, Brazil has actually 4 time zones, and your New Zealand has only 2 time zones. UK, Denmark and Australia, these countries have more than 4 time zones. So the answer here will be only 3, C option. Now Pawan sir will take next 2 questions. Pawan sir, please come. Pankaj sir.
One question left. Perhaps one question.
कर लो कौन सा this yes
So, I'm going to take the next question. Here it is talking about, consider the following statement. Statement 1 says that in the context of effect of water on rocks, chalk is known as very permeable rock, where clay is known as quite an impermeable or least permeable rock. So, we can be able to say that yes, so chalk, if I am talking about chalk, and another one clay. So chalk has lots of porous areas, you know that, and like a lime, you can say. So therefore in this one the water can easily percolate, but clay is the finest particle. Clay is the finest particle, and because of being finest, it does not allow, means we can say that around 90 to 95% of the water is not able to percolate down. So it is least permeable. So the statement 1 we can say, that effect of water on rocks, chalk is known as very permeable. Yes, chalk has porous area, therefore it is able to move down. Rock where clay is known as a quite an impermeable. Yes, clay is a very finer particle and they are very close to each other, and when they are very close to each other, it does not allow water to move down. So here it is. Now the next one, statement number 1. Statement 1 is correct. Chalk is porous and hence can absorb water. So here it is, the chalk, if their water is moving down, yes, it is going down below, but because of the porous, they are able to absorb the water also. So on the basis of that, chalk is also porous and hence can be absorb water. So the statement number 2 is also correct. But statement 3 is saying clay is not at all porous, not at all. Rocks are, if I am talking about rocks, the rocks are not completely not able to percolate any water. Rocks are not at all porous, so not at all permeable or porous. But clay can hold water, like you can say the cotton black soil of India in the Maharashtra and some region nearby Gujarat and all. In that region, cotton soil, that is, I can say that black soil, it is clay, but and because of the water is able to move something below and able to hold it, and then able to they used to expand. Therefore, we can say that around 5 to 10% it is permeable. So not at all, it is an absolute statement. On the basis of that, it is incorrect. So the statement 1 and 2 is correct. And the chalk is porous and hence can absorb water. On the basis of that, we can say the statement here. Both statement 2 and the 3rd are correct. So both and 2 it is wrong. Both statement 2 and 3 are correct, it is wrong. Only one of the statement 2 and 3 is correct, and that explains the statement 1. So option C is correct in that regard. For question number 48 is correct. Now then, moving to the next question. Here, consider the following statement. Arid in Siberia and Nome in Alaska are a few kilometers away from each other, but when people are waking up and getting set for the breakfast in these cities, it would be a different days. They are talking about Alaska will different, and there will be Siberia will have a different days. Yes, the statement 1, it is like this. Let us see this statement. And if I'll make the map, here it is your Russia side, and here it is Siberia. And here it is your Alaska and Alaska side, and here from the Bering Sea it is your international date line, which is in a zigzag form. When we are moving from India side here, suppose it is here it is Tuesday and it is 9 p.m. Suppose 9 you can say 9 a.m. in the afternoon, and slowly if we are moving towards east, what is happening? It is becoming around 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. in the night. Suppose it is becoming 11 p.m. because as we move eastward, there is what I said, that lose of time, but we are moving ahead. So 9 a.m. Tuesday to we are moving towards 11 p.m. Tuesday. Is it okay? And here you can say Tuesday, but we are moving from Greenwich Mean Time. From the left side we are losing time. Here it is Tuesday, suppose, then we are moving towards, here it is becoming Monday. Slowly if we are moving west, then it is becoming Monday. So Alaska will have Monday and Siberia will have Tuesday. So in both the reason, the people are getting up, but they are finding the different days. They are finding the different days. It means the statement 1 is correct. It means the statement 1 is here, and statement 1 is correct. Anadir in Siberia, Nome, and in Nome in Alaska are few kilometers away from each other, but when people are waking up and getting sought for breakfast in this city, it would be a different days. So it is a correct statement. It is a correct statement. Second, when it is Monday in Anadir, it is the Tuesday in Nome. It is talking about second statement. When it is Monday in Anadir, it is Tuesday in Nome. So talking about Tuesday in Alaska, and in our Siberia Monday. So you can see what we are talking about here. You can say that it is talking about Tuesday in it is Monday in Anadir, Tuesday in Nome. So on the basis of that, we can say that Anadir, this is Siberian region, it should be, if it is Tuesday, then it should be 1 day less. If it is a Tuesday, then it should be Monday. So the second statement, we can say that 1 day less. If it is a Monday, then it should be ahead. And if it is Tuesday, then it should be less, decrease in that. The statement 2 is talking about, when it is Monday in Siberia, then it is Tuesday in Nome. So Tuesday nahi hona chahiye, there should be Sunday in Nome. If you are crossing the international date line from the west to east, there should be a decrease in 1 day. It should be Sunday. So the second statement is wrong. So only one, option A, is correct. One more question was there. Check question number 100. Question number 100, it is talking about of the B section. So matching is there between Italy. Here one map is drawn. Here it is Spain, and here it is your France, and this side you can see it is Italy, and this is your France, and here it is Spain. And then one, it is talking about Mallorca, Mallorca is an island. Yeah, you can say in the map, if you go, you can be able to see there is a Balearic Island, and nearby Balearic Island there is a Mallorca is there. Mallorca, and it is a part of Spain. It is a part of Spain. You can say that on the basis of that Mallorca matching with Italy, it is wrong because Mallorca belongs to Spain. Another one, if we are talking about Normandy is talking about, it is in Spain. Normandy is in Spain, but I can say that Normandy is nearby that island. Here it is nearby France, so Normandy belongs to France. Normandy belongs to France. So the second is also wrong matching, and third is talking about Sardinia in France, and there it is, you can say Italy. Here Sicily Island is there, here it is Sardinia, and here it is Corsica. This island is Sardinia, and then Sardinia Island, it is below this Sardinia Island. If you go and study the world history, in that you can also be able to remember that Sardinia belongs to Italy, and here it is talking about Sardinia is of France. So this is also wrong. So these three statements all are wrong. So the option none is correct. So on the basis of that 100 question, we can be able to see that 100th question is also wrong. All the options are, all matchings are wrong. So we can say none, option D, none of them is correct. So we are moving towards the next class.
Ankit.
Ankit is going to take another class. So enjoy his class.
Thank you, sir. Now we are going to discuss economy questions. Give me a minute to set up the board, okay? I will be taking a minute of your time so that so students, what do you think? How was the paper? Let me know in the comments. I'm watching your comments quickly. So all those who are watching, please let me know in the comments so that I know what are you talking about. Any doubts regarding economy section? Any misconception? I hope not. So yes. Who all are here? Please let me know in the comments. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. It's 3:30 of 25th of May, and we are going to discuss 2025 prelims economy sections particularly, right? So the first question from economy in the set B, we are going to discuss questions from set B, right? So the first question is 31st question. So if you read the question with reference to investments, consider the following statement, right? Now I've told you multiple times that whenever Indian economy is witnessing more and more digitization, right? So be it banking sector, be it stock markets, earlier you used to go to banks and withdraw the money. Whatever work you had relating to banks, you had to physically go to the branch of a bank, right? But now the economy is changing. How it is changing? We are witnessing the era of digitization. So rather than going to the bank, it is your mobile phone that will give you access to all the banking applications and financials, right? Similarly, also with respect of stock markets, earlier you used to put a call to your broker, highlighting, see, buy shares of X company, sell shares of Y company, right? But now this all has been replaced. Rather than calling to your broker, you access the app of your broker, like Zerodha, like Grow, etc., right? So this is also an example of digitization, and the beautiful aspect of digitization is that more and more people are using these tools to invest in economy, be it deposit their money in the banks or make investments in the stock market. So this has also increased after the COVID era, that is from 2020 onwards. So from 2020 onwards, you'll see a trend that more and more people are using digital tools like apps, like websites to invest their money in stock market. So the amount of retail investors are people like you and I, who invest our money in the stock markets, right? Smaller amounts, 1 lakh, 50,000, 10,000, whatever may it be, right? So the amount of retail investors' participation in the economy, it has increased. And this also is reflected in the UPSC's paper setting pattern. So you'll see questions from financial markets, be it bonds, be it stock market, all of them have increased in recent times. And this also is reflected in the year 2025's prelims examination. So this first question is also from the same section of economy, that is financial markets. Okay, so let us understand what the question is asking. It is asking how many of the above are treated as alternative investment funds. Now, the key to understand what is alternative investment funds is the amount of money that is invested in the market. Suppose if we are smaller investors, right, we are investing say 50,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, even 1,000 rupees in the stock market. We can go buy bonds which is issued by government of India or any government entity. We can go and buy stocks in the market, right? So these are retail investments. Also, big companies can invest in them, but the big part of bonds and stocks are that even the retail participants like you and I, we can invest in these instruments. But the part about hedge fund and venture capital is that you need to have substantial amount of money, that is large amount of money, to invest in these kind of funds. These kind of funds, they do not allow you to invest smaller amounts of money. So as a category, SEBI, that is Securities Exchange and Security Exchange Board of India, which is the regulator of India's financial markets, equity markets, it has made a distinction between the kind of investors. The big investors, they are categorized as alternative investment funds. Now you understand what are hedge funds. Hedge funds are basically funds that manage the investments of high net worth individuals. So suppose if you're a very rich person and if you want to invest 100 crores in the market, you always have an option individually to invest in bonds and stocks. But rich people, what they do, suppose if they have to invest 100 crore rupees in the stock market, they'll give this money to hedge fund, and this hedge fund specializes in providing high returns to these high net worth individuals, right? So this is the hedge fund. Hedge fund only will allow you to make certain kind of investments. Suppose if I create an hedge fund, I will make a condition that investors who are investing below 1 crore rupees, they are not allowed to invest in my company. That is a hedge fund. So that is the qualifying aspect of hedge fund, is that they invest money of high net individuals. Similarly, what is venture capital? Venture capital are those companies who invest in newer companies like startups. And the intention of venture capital is to make money out of this investment. So you may have heard during Flipkart's sale, there was this company called as Tiger Investments. Similarly, high net worth individuals, they also have a habit of investing in startups, and they do it through venture capital. Similarly, another aspect of alternative investment fund is angel funds, right? Or angel investors. These are investors who invest in the starting point of a startup, right? So whenever I'm starting a startup, I'll call a high net worth individual and say, please lend me some money or please invest in my company because my idea is so good and it will allow you to make multiple times of your investment money, right? So these are the examples of alternative investment fund. So what you need to understand about alternative investment fund is that it allows, or the kind of companies that allow investment of much higher amount of money, that are called as alternative investment funds. So here 2nd and 4 are right, that is they are examples of alternative investments fund, whereas bond and stocks are not. So only to option B is your right answer to this first question. Understood? Now let us move to the next question. Next question is, which of the following are the sources of income for Reserve Bank of India? Now, if you look at our channel, right? Give me a minute. If you go to our channel on YouTube, you will find that I've done a video quite recently on the RBI's economic capital framework, right? Give me a minute. So what of the following are the sources of income? Sources of income for RBI. So I have done a video on economic capital framework of RBI. In that I told you what are the opportunities for RBI to make money. I told you RBI has sizable assets of gold, sizable asset of foreign currency, assets like dollars, pound, sterling, yuan, other foreign currencies, etc. RBI is holding a large chunk of it, right? So these kind of assets, it allows RBI to make a lot of money. Now using these assets, RBI obviously makes money, that is buying and selling of government bonds. It allows RBI to make interest rate. Similarly, buying and selling of foreign currency, which we understand RBI does sterlization in the market. What is sterlization? Whenever rupee is appreciating or depreciating, to control the volatility of rupee in the Indian economy, RBI intervenes by buying or selling foreign currency assets, particularly US dollar in the Indian economy, and that is, this option is called as sterilization. So these are the options. For suppose if RBI had brought in a dollar for rupees 50, but now if it is selling that dollar in the market, what is the value of dollar? 85 rupees. So approximately RBI is making 35 rupees worth of investment or profit from selling of a dollar in the market right now. Suppose if RBI had bought that dollar at 50 rupees. So this is how buying and selling of currency allows RBI to make a sizable portion of profit. And this year, yesterday only RBI announced 2.69 lakh crore of surplus profit transfer to the government. And why this? How RBI made so much amount of profit? It was because of selling of foreign currency in the Indian economy to prevent depreciation of Indian rupee. Also, RBI takes frequent buying and selling through open market operations, and this allows RBI to recoup its investment from government bonds. So these two are the options that allows RBI to make money. Now you understand RBI does not manage any kind of entity except banks and financial institutions. So pension fund management is not the responsibility of RBI, and RBI is not a bank like SBI or ICICI. It is a banker of the bank. It is the central bank of India. So RBI, unlike commercial banks, unlike regional rural banks, it does not take direct lending to the private companies. So these are not the opportunities for RBI to make money. So first two obviously correct, second and third and fourth obviously incorrect. So the big aspect of this question is whether fifth option is correct or not, right? So how will it make fifth option correct or not? You may have heard RBI undertakes what is known as issuance of currency, right? And what is issuance of currency? This is called as seigniorage. So the profit that RBI makes in issuance of currency, suppose RBI is printing a currency and the printing cost of a 100 rupees note is what? 60 to 70 paisa per 100 rupees note. But what is the value of that rupee note in the market? 100 rupees. So obviously RBI is making profit on that. So first option is called as issuance. Another option is called as printing and distribution of currency note. Now issuance, this question says you printing and distribution cost. So printing and distribution cost, if you look at balance sheet of RBI, it is coming under operational cost. And I told you to get profit of RBI, you take income, and from that income you minus operational cost. So this does not constitute into profit, that is printing and distribution of currency notes. So obviously fifth isn't correct, fourth and third I've already told you isn't correct. So correct answer is option 1 and 2. Therefore option A is the right answer. Okay. Do not go into this. This is incorrect. Okay. Option A is the right answer to this question. Now moving to the next article. Next question, with reference to Government of India, consider the following information. Now, if you are following the daily current affairs or the Indian Express analysis that I take on this very channel every day at 4 p.m., you must have heard I covered a few days back ED, that is Directorate of Enforcement. Now, Directorate of Enforcement, I've told you multiple times, it comes under Ministry of Finance, and under Ministry of Finance, a particular department known as Department of Revenue. When it was formed, ED, it came under Department of Economic Affairs. But in 1960, the control of this body was shifted to Department of Revenue. So obviously, this is incorrect. I have told you many acts through which ED gains its power. It's PMLA Act. It's Fugitive Economic Offenders Act, which was passed after Nirav Modi and Mehul Choksi went out of the country after taking a huge loan from public sector banks like PNB. Similarly, FEMA, Coffee Posa, these are the acts that gives ED its power. So this is correct, but it comes under Department of Revenue, not under Ministry of Finance. So first, incorrect. Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, what it does is that it collects information regarding what kind of goods and services are coming into India and going out of India. And suppose if someone is illegally trading in contraband or drugs or prohibited items in India without paying taxes, that is customs duty, DRI, it flags that kind of a content. So DRI gets its power from the Customs Act of 1962 and it comes under Department of Revenue of Ministry of Finance. So second is correct. Third, there is another analytics body under Ministry of Finance that undertakes data processing. Now, suppose if I have 10 different bank accounts and I use those bank accounts, say I use one bank account to take my salary, but I use another 9 bank accounts to transfer illicit funds. But you understand, whenever a person is looking at those 10 different bank accounts, which might be located in 10 different banks in our country, it is quite difficult for a person to understand the kind of money flows that is happening through my account. Now multiply that with all the bank accounts that are there in the country. So automatically it is not possible for humans to undertake monitoring of those bank accounts. So you need a computer system, you need a server system, you need data analytics to understand if illicit money laundering is happening through bank accounts. So this responsibility is given to Directorate General and Systems of Data Management. This also comes under Department of Revenue, Ministry of Finance, particularly under Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. This also comes under CBIC, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. Now it carries out big data analytics, which assist tax officers to better policy and nabbing of tax evaders. This is also correct. So second and third correct. First is not. Option B is your right answer. So this is correct. Do not go with what is written over here. Go by what I am telling you in our discussion. This is correct. Okay. Now what you need to understand is that financial intelligence becomes very important if you have to nab people who are responsible for money laundering, if you have to nab people who are responsible for terrorist financing, and all of these bodies like FATF, like ED, like DRI, these are in news from time to time. So that is why these kind of bodies become important. But you are an UPSC aspirant. So what you need to understand that the kind of questions that the UPSC will ask, it will go one level into detail. And that is why these kind of different options were provided to you. That is the functions of these bodies and it works under which kind of ministries and departments. So that is why we take these kind of sessions every day at 4 p.m. to tell you everything regarding what is important from our exams perspective. Therefore, if you are following news articles and attending the lectures that we take on YouTube regularly, you would have been able to solve this question quite comfortably because obviously first option is correct, incorrect. So it would have been easy for you to mark the correct answers. Now moving to this next article. Recently, an entity of government came up with what is known as Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report, BRSR, right? Now the purpose of bringing Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report is that it wanted the companies in India, that is top 1000 listed companies in India, listed where? Stock market, right? So these listed companies, they are given certain targets for social responsibility and environmental responsibility. Now, there were indicators that were given to the companies in India, to 1,000 listed companies in India to fulfill both social and environmental obligations. And this was given by Securities Exchange Board of India. Obviously, Security Exchange and Board of India is the one which regulates companies that are listed on the entity. RBI does not regulate any private entity in India that is not a banking company. So obviously, this framework was given by SEBI. So first option automatically becomes important. With the use of simple common sense, you could have solved this question, provided you should know what is a business responsibility and sustainability report. Now in India, a company submitting BSR makes disclosure in the report that are largely non-financial in nature. I told you they have to make obligations related to what? Social and environmental obligations. So these are what? Non-financial obligations in nature. Understood? So second option obviously correct. First isn't. Option B is the right answer to this question. Now moving to the next question. Consider the following statements. In India, income from agricultural activities like poultry farming, wool rearing in rural areas is exempted from any tax. Second statement, in India, rural agriculture land is not considered as a capital asset under the provisions of Income Tax Act 1961. Now this is a tough question. Why am I saying this is a tough question? Because what you need to understand that obviously most of you who are going to give prelims, they know that agricultural income in India is exempted from taxation. This everybody knows. But do you know what kind of agricultural income is not taxable? Is all agricultural income non-taxable, or are only some agricultural income non-taxable? This is a point that separates a good aspirant from a normal aspirant. Now you understand subjects like polity, subjects like history, subjects like geography, which are also the static subject like economy, they were easy this year. So ultimately, most of the serious aspirants would have been able to solve those questions. So the difference between the people who will clear the cutoff and not clear the cutoff this year would be automatically the subject of economy, because here approximately 20 questions came by and large, including the schemes. And out of these 20 questions, if you are able to successfully solve 15 to 16 questions, those are easy, you will most likely to clear prelims had you undertaken a good scoring in the polity, geography as well as history subjects. So that is why these kind of questions are very important. Suppose if you have any doubt, my advice to the aspirants looking at these kind of questions in the exam is to drop and not solve the questions. But I'll tell you what the correct answer of this question is. Now, there are different kind of activities that are considered under agriculture. Suppose if you're growing crops, if you're growing cash crops, this obviously is an agricultural activity, and whatever money you make by growing crops, you are not required to pay taxes on that. It is exempted as per the Income Tax Act of the year 1961. But what about allied activities? What are allied activities? Like poultry farming, like milking of cows, like wool rearing, like pisciculture, which means growing of silk. Are they exempted? The answer is no. These are not exempted. This is an exemption of the agricultural income in the IT Act, which means income from these items are not exempted. So this only the good aspirants would have known. First statement incorrect. Second, the rural agricultural land, if you are selling it, you are not required to pay capital gains tax on it. Why? Because section 2 of the IT Act, it exempts you, or it does not consider these assets as a capital asset, right? So whatever profit you make by selling rural agricultural land, you are not required to pay capital gains tax. Now, why this question would have come? Because in last year's budget in 2024, where Madam Finance Minister announced changes to the capital tax regime, she said that there are only two types or two time frames based on which the capital taxes will be levied. That is for short term. In terms of stocks, the short term is less than 1 year period. But if you're selling stocks for more than 1 year of period of holding period, that means you are required to pay long-term capital gains. Whereas other asset classes like land, etc., property, there the time frame was 2 years. That is, if you are selling a house in less than 2 years after buying, you are required to pay short-term capital gains. Likewise, you are required to pay long-term capital gains after 2 years. So that is why this question has appeared. Now, first statement is incorrect, second is right. Obviously, here the correct answer would be what? The correct answer would be option D, because statement 1 is not correct. and statement 2 is correct, which I have already told you, right? Now moving to next question. This also is related to IBC and somewhat related to financial markets. Why financial market? Because questions have appeared on bondholders and stockholders. Bonds and stocks both are instrument opportunities of financial market. Now let us consider this question. Statement first, as regards returns from an investment in company, generally bondholders, these are considered to be relatively lower risk than stockholders. Now people say that why are you investing in, say, a debt instrument like bond when you can get higher profit by investing in stock markets through equity, right? But the problem is, whatever financial instrument earns you higher interest or highest profit, altogether there is a possibility that this is a risky investment. Because why? Obviously, if the value of market goes up, your investment increases in the stock market. But on the other hand, if the stock market is falling down, it will lead to significant losses. But on the other hand, if you are investing your hard-earned money into bonds, you'll automatically will be expecting a fixed amount of interest income every year. So that is why in terms of risk, stocks are much higher in risk as compared to bonds. Bonds give you a fixed return in terms of interest, whereas stocks provides you dividend and stock provides you increase in the value of stock. Both of this is relating to the overall functioning of the stock market and also relating to the functioning of the company itself on which you have purchased the stock. So in terms of risk, stock has much higher risk as compared to bonds. So therefore, generally bondholders are considered to be at a lower risk than stockholders is a correct statement. Second statement, bondholders are lenders to the company, whereas stockholders are the owners. This is directly a simple and a straightforward question. Because if you invest in stocks of the company, it makes you a part owner of the company based on the value of stocks in terms of total value of the company. Whereas if you are buying a bond of a particular company, it makes you a financial creditor to the company. And therefore, these are called as lenders. They are not the owners. The company is only liable to pay the initial investment in the bonds back in addition to the returns. Except that no other liability is there in the company to the bondholders, whereas stockholders are the part owners of the company. So second statement, straightforward one, correct. Now the third statement, for repayment purposes, the bondholders are prioritized over stockholders in the company. Yes, if you look at insolvency and bankruptcy code says that in case of recovery of the financial amount of company after the IBC process, there is a priority list based on which the money will be repaid back. So the highest priority given in the IBC is to the IBC costs that are taken. After that, money is returned to the financial creditors and also the employees who are known as operational creditors. So in that regards, bondholders have the second priority in the repayment structure after the cost of IBC. And the last priority is given to the owners of the company, that includes stockholders. So therefore, bondholders are prioritized much higher than the stockholders. Third statement also correct. Now, which one of the following is correct in respect to the above statement? Now, naturally, we understand all these three statements are correct. But what you need to understand that both statement 2 and 3, they clearly explain statement 1 because it gives you a altogether a bigger picture. So try to read these three statements continuously. As regards returns from an investment in a company, generally bondholders are considered to be relatively of lower risk because bondholders are lenders and stockholders are the owners. And if you look at IBC for repayment purposes, bondholders are prioritized over stockholders. So these three statements, reading them one by one makes perfect sense. So option A is the right answer to this question. Understood? Now let us move to another question. Consider the following statement. India accounts for a very large portion of all equity option contracts traded globally, thus exhibiting a great boom. Now, as more and more retail participation happened in the stock markets, people found out that there are two options known as FNO, futures and options. Now, futures and options, they are basically what are known as derivatives. And the purpose of derivatives is to invest your money and to protect your investment from huge losses. So what people do is they buy these kind of derivatives so as to protect their investment. But the another purpose of these derivatives is that understanding the trends in derivatives is much more difficult as against understanding the trends in stock market, right? So therefore, India accounted, as per various reports, 84% of total equity options that were traded globally, which is such a high number. Similarly, India's stock market has grown rapidly in recent past, even overtaking Hong Kong at some point. This was in 2024. India, for a brief period of time before general elections in 2024, in terms of market capitalization, it overtook the Hong Kong's stock exchange. But afterwards, since after the election results came and there was this big shock relating to the seats that the BJP got, Indian stock markets, they fell drastically, and because of that, India fell behind Hong Kong. But this question is asking, India has grown rapidly, and in recent past, it even overtook Hong Kong's at some point of time. This was last year. It overtook, but afterwards it fell back. So it was not asking whether we are continuing to overtake Hong Kong or not. So this is a correct statement. There is no regulatory body either to warn small investors about risk of option trading or to act against unregistered financial advisors in this regard. This is incorrect, because this is the responsibility of SEBI to protect small investors, because you will see many times there are even ads that are given in the TVs or in newspapers that highlight SEBI warning its investors not to invest in these kind of instruments because they are very risky in nature. Similarly, small investors in the mutual fund market, they are also prohibited in investing their money in futures or options. So that is why it is the responsibility of SEBI to warn investors and also to punish people who are not registered with SEBI and giving financial advice to people, right? So third is incorrect. First and two are right. Option A is the right answer also to this question. Okay. Any doubts up till now? Newer comments? People who are watching, let me know quickly. Now let us consider this question, a very straightforward one, talking about circular economy, right? What is circular economy? It works on 3R principle: recycle, reduce, and reuse. What is the purpose of these three principles? Obviously, is to generate less pollution, so that whatever you're using, if you're recycling it, automatically the need to buy a new item reduces. Or if you are even needing the new item, you are required to buy less of those commodities, right? Similarly, reducing your overall requirement helps you to prevent pollution that may happen after you dispose of these commodities, and simply also reusing the items like the bags which we get from markets, paper bags. If you are not throwing these bags and if you are reusing these bags to carry goods and luggages for various needs, obviously it promotes reduction in the use of commodities, and that is the concept of circular economy. Whatever you are producing, if you are recycling it and reusing it, it overall reduces the amount of goods and services which is produced in the economy. So it reduces emissions of greenhouse gases, correct? Circular economy reduces the use of raw materials as input, yes. And circular economy also reduces wastage in the production process, again correct. Now these three statements are correct and they directly explain each other. So option A, both statement 2, 3 are correct. Explanation of statement 1 is the right answer. Now this question is straightly relating to the government budgeting aspect. This is a very basic question and I expect each and every one of you to have been able to solve these questions. Now we understand in India there is a requirement that government, while presenting its budget, it needs to separate its revenue account from the other account, and accordingly government divides its budget into two different accounts, revenue and capital account. What is the definition of capital account? If it increases your liabilities and if it reduces your asset, this is an example of capital expenditure. So suppose if you take loans, that is an example of capital receipt. Similarly, if you sell a part of your PSU, that is called as disinvestment. This is an example of also a capital receipt. Why? Because your overall assets is reducing when you are selling your part stock in the PSUs. So capital receipt, they create a liability or cause reduction in the asset is a straightforward definition of capital receipt. And whenever you're borrowing money, it increases your liability because whenever you're borrowing money, it means you have to return that money back after some time. Similarly, disinvestment, which means you're selling a part ownership of the PSUs in the market, sometimes even the complete ownership. In Air India, like government did recently, it sold Air India to a private company, Tata Group. So these are examples of capital receipt. So whatever money the government is making it by borrowing, that is taking loans or through disinvestment, these are examples of capital receipt. Now there is another part that government not just takes loan, it also gives loans to various entities like state government or to even other entities, right? Now the part or the beautiful part of loan is the loan amount that you're giving is a part of capital expenditure. But the income that you're getting out of the loan, these are two types of income, right? That is, you'll get principal amount also and you'll get interest also. Now the principal item, it is considered under capital receipt. Whereas interest, it is an example of revenue receipt because you'll receive this interest income accordingly. There is no liability for you to pay back the receipt income. Therefore, it is a revenue receipt. So, interest receipts on loans create a liability. It does not create a liability because if you have given a loan, that is the liability on other party who has taken the loan, and he will pay you principal amount, which is part of capital receipt, and interest item, which is a part of revenue receipt. So, it is not a liability on the government. So, 1 and 2 are right. Third is not. Option A is the right answer here again. Any doubts? This is a straightforward question from government budgeting. There is another 2 more questions that we will cover, need not worry. Now this question is also regarding infrastructure sector. Now you understand, in recent time there is a large amount of or too many amounts of railway accidents that have taken place, and in this regard government has said that we have brought a new system called as Kavach, which ensures improved safety in our trains. Okay. Now what Kavach system does is basically it works on an RFID principle, like the way you pay tolls, right? For tolls you may have seen there is a sticker that is affixed in your car windshield that deducts toll automatically. Similarly, Kavach works on a similar principle using RFID tags. RFID tags are not just on the trains but also on the tracks also laid down, and if the train goes after the RFID tag, in case the signal is red and the train actually not stops, then this will send the signal and automatically the brakes will be applied. So this is basically a Kavach system, and this is an completely indigenous system made by what is known as Railway Development Safety Organization, RDSO. So second statement, it is an automatic train protection system developed in collaboration with Germany. Incorrect. Kavach system consists of RFID tags fitted on train station. Correct. Now, Government of India also brought what is known as National Railway Plan, and the purpose of National Railway Plan was actually to highlight what is the kind of investments and the outlook that Indian Railway or the Ministry of Railway has towards Indian Railway. And it gave certain target, but the targets were fixed for the year 2030. It included that 50% of the total freight movement in the country, the government is envisaging railways to take 50% of the freight across the country. So the part is, it was the target set in the National Railway Plan was for 2030, not for 2028, right? So first statement incorrect. Second statement I've already told you incorrect because it was developed indigenously by RDSO, not with any other country. Third is a correct statement. And here what you need to understand, this question is asking which of these statements given above are not correct. That is why from time to time, I've emphasized on the fact that you need to read the questions multiple times. Otherwise, you would have seen correct options or you would have marked correct options. Now, first and second are incorrect, third is not, and we have to identify not correct questions. So, option A is the right answer again. Not C, okay? Do not get mistaken here. First and second are incorrect. Option A is the right answer. Now, this also is very simple, relating directly to government budgeting, okay? Now, I've told you multiple times what is the revenue deficit. Revenue deficit is nothing but the difference in revenue expenditure and revenue receipt. Right? So from this question, what do you think? Revenue expenditure of the government is 80,000 rupees and revenue receipt of the government is 60,000 rupees. So from this formula, what do you get? What is the revenue deficit of the government? 80,000 crores minus 60,000 crore. That is 20,000 crore. So revenue deficit, first statement, 20,000 crore, obviously a correct statement. Now, what is fiscal deficit? I've told you fiscal deficit in the government's formula or in the economy books, you'll see fiscal deficit is every borrowing by the government minus non-debt capital receipt. So essentially, what deficit or the fiscal deficit of the government is how much amount of money government borrows every year to balance its budget. So therefore, any borrowing done by the government in a particular year is a part of fiscal deficit. And this question says the government budget also shows borrowing of 10,000 crore rupees. So you do not have to read anything. Borrowing of 10,000 crore when the budget is showing, which means fiscal deficit is what? 10,000 crore rupees. Right? So second statement also correct. Now the third statement is primary deficit is of 4,000 crore. What is the formula of primary deficit? It is the difference between fiscal deficit minus interest payment. Right? So, if you read the third part of this question, it says interest payment is 6,000 crores. And I've told you fiscal deficit is 10,000 crores. So, from this formula, what will be the primary deficit? 10,000 crore minus 6,000 crore, which means primary deficit is 4,000 crores. So, all these three statements are right. Option D is the right answer. Okay? Simple. Any doubts up till now? Now this question is very important because you may have heard about a program by Government of India known as ethanol blending program. There are also many memes that is going around about the road and transport minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. Right? So this question is directly from that concept only. That is, Government of India has come up with a proposal to blend ethanol with petrol. And how much ethanol will be blended with petrol? That is, for every 1 liter of fuel that you are going to buy in the market, that is petrol in the market, that actually consists of 200 ml of ethanol and 800 ml of petrol. So why is government blending ethanol with petrol? The primary reason is to reduce our dependency on imports of crude oil, because India imports crude oil for 88% of its domestic demand. And when we are going to blend ethanol, automatically the requirement of crude oil and requirement of petrol to be produced from that crude oil will reduce. So this is the theoretical aspect of why government is taking ethanol blending program. Now you'll be surprised to know that India is not the largest producer of ethanol. Who are the largest producer of ethanol in the world? US, Brazil, Argentina. But by far the largest producer of ethanol in the world is US, and this is followed by Brazil. India is not even in the top 5, right? So the first statement, out of the two major ethanol producers in the world, Brazil and United States, the former, which means Brazil according to the statement, produces more ethanol than the latter as compared to US. Now this is an incorrect statement. I told you US by far is the largest producer of ethanol. So first statement obviously incorrect. Now ethanol can be produced from many things. It can be produced from rice. It can be produced from sugarcane. It is one of the major producers of sugarcane. So sugarcane factories, after producing sugar, they also sell a sizable portion of ethanol to government, to alcohol distribution companies, because ethanol is a big byproduct of sugarcane. So India primarily depends on sugarcane to produce ethanol domestically, but not US. US is world's largest producer of maize, that is sugar, right? The corn that you eat. So maize, US produces a largest amount of maize anywhere in the world. So US not just uses maize as a cattle feed, but US also uses that maize to produce huge amount of ethanol. So in US, corn or maize is the largest source of production of ethanol. Whereas on the other hand, Brazil is world's largest producer of what? Brazil is world's largest producer of sugarcane. So automatically it makes commercial sense for Brazil to use a part of those sugarcane, not just to produce sugar, but also to produce ethanol. So for Brazil, the major production of ethanol is done from sugarcane and not corn, unlike US. So second statement, a straightforward one, that is sugarcane is the principal feedstock for ethanol production in Brazil, is a correct statement. First, I had already told you is incorrect. So the correct answer to this question is option D, because first statement is incorrect. Okay. That is why I tell you, in economy, sometimes even if you don't know the concept, you can use your common sense or your understanding from reading the newspapers to solve the question. So even if you hadn't known if the US and Brazil is the largest producer of ethanol, you could have solved this question partly by solving the second question, right? Now this is the third question relating to government budgeting, and this is also a very simple question. A country's fiscal deficit stands at 50,000 crore rupees. Okay. So the total amount of borrowing that the government has made in a particular year, according to this question, was 50,000 crore. Now let us look at the second statement. It is receiving 10,000 crores through non-debt capital receipt. Right? Now non-debt capital receipt automatically is excluded from fiscal deficit. So this second part of the statement actually does not have any use when it comes to understanding the fiscal deficit in the country. So please try to read the question, try to apply your mind in the exam. I understand this can be quite difficult, especially in a time when you are so severely stressed in the exam hall. So that is why these kind of questions are given to test not just your understanding of the subject, but also your presence of mind, right? So therefore, first statement tells you that fiscal deficit of the government is 50,000 rupees and the country's interest liability is 1,500 crore rupees. So what is the formula of primary deficit? I've already told you. It is the difference between fiscal deficit and interest payment. Okay. So from that, this 10,000 crore has no use in this particular formula. So how you will get the primary deficit, gross primary deficit? By reducing fiscal deficit with the interest liabilities, that is 1,500 crore. So correct answer is 48,500 crore rupees. Any doubts? Well, this is given incorrectly in this question. That is why I told you, sorry. You have to read the questions again to solve it, okay? Now 76, which of the following statements regarding to the recommendation of 15th Finance Commission of India are correct? Now, Finance Commission does what? It distributes the net proceed of taxes between the union government and state governments. Now, the major part of 15th Finance Commission, which has been again many times highlighted by Madam Finance Minister, that in 14th Finance Commission, the 14th Finance Commission recommended the government of India to distribute 42% of its net proceed of taxes with the state governments. But between 14th and 15th Finance Commission, there was this change in our federal structure of our country. That is, one state, erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, it was divided into two separate union territories, Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Union Territory of Ladakh. So automatically the amount of states in India, it reduced by one. And automatically, to compensate that for that reduction in the amount of states in India, 15th Finance Commission said that instead of 42%, we will share 41% of the net proceeds of taxes with the union government. So this was the most often highlighted part in the recommendation of 15th Finance Commission, that it reduced the net proceeds of taxes that will be shared with the state government by 1%. So 45% is not correct. 41% it would have been written here. That would have made this second statement correct. So second statement automatically is incorrect. Now you could have solved obviously this question by eliminating the second statement, which is given in A, B and D. So correct option is C. But I'll tell you all the other questions also. The rest three options are correct. It recommended 4,800 crore rupees for incentivizing states to improve educational outcomes. This was a part of performance-based grants. Similarly, 45,000 crores was also kept as a performance-based incentive for states to carry out agricultural reform. The most important was to reduce the amount of chemical fertilizers that the state used. There's also a separate scheme for this, PM Pranam scheme. But more on that later, okay? Now, government of India also considered, Finance Commission of India also considered 6 different criteria based on which the funds will be shared among states, and these criteria was called as, abbreviated as IDT, PAF. I was income distance, D is demographic, T is tax effort, P is population, A is area, as well as F is fiscal effort, right? So fiscal effort, especially the states who are able to get higher amount of revenue collection, they were given preferences when it came to sharing of taxes. So it include tax effort as a criteria to reward fiscal performance. It is a correct statement. So fourth, third, first correct, second obviously isn't, because I told you not 45 but 41% is the share with the union government will share its collection of taxes with the state government. So from that, obviously C option is the incorrect option. Now Karthik, I understand the question that you are asking. Ultimately, the options, according to that question, if you read the paper, it was framed that way, that statement 1 was incorrect, statement 2 was correct. So if you look at the question in the paper exactly, this is given incorrect in the slide that was given to me. So if you look at the original paper, according to that question, option D would be correct, right? Now IBRD is another question that we have to solve. IBRD is a part of what? World Bank Group. World Bank Group has 5 different institutions, and except one, India is a part of 4 those institutions. Now the bigger purpose for forming a multilateral organization like World Bank was to undertake reconstruction efforts after the end of World War II. And in that, IBRD was the initial of the 2 bodies that was formed. The purpose of IBRD was primarily to provide finances to Europe so that they can recover from the destruction that happened during the World War II, which was fought between Western powers as well as the Nazi and right. So IBRD, it provides loans and guarantees to middle income countries, correct? It was established to help Europe rebuild after World War II, correct? Now look at the second statement. How is it framed? It works single-handedly to help developing countries reduce poverty. It plays a major role, yes, but can it single-handedly deal with poverty anywhere in just one country, not just in every country in the world? Obviously incorrect. Government of that country is also playing a key role in poverty reduction. Other financial institutions, private, government, intergovernmental, everybody is playing an important role. So how can a body single-handedly deal with poverty, right? So that is why sometimes I say that presence of mind is also important. There is a possibility that you have studied quite well, I understand, but there is also a possibility that you might have missed out on some fact. And what if, God forbid, that fact appears in the exam? So how will you solve it? By application of your mind, by common sense. So that is why you could have eliminated the second statement correctly, and you could have obviously solved that. Second statement is incorrect, so option C is the right answer to this question. Understood? Now this is also a question that plays a very important role in our day-to-day transfer of money from our bank accounts, right? Now RBI, there are 3 different modes through which you can transact from one bank account to another. These are called as NEFT, these are called as IMPS, and this is called as RTGS. NEFT and RTGS, these 2 are maintained by Reserve Bank of India. IMPS is maintained by the National Payment Corporation of India. Your UPI that you use, that is based on IMPS. Now this question talked about the 2 RBI system, NEFT and RTGS. The primary difference between NEFT and RTGS are 2 differences. That is, if you have to send smaller amount of money, that is 50,000 rupees suppose, you can send it through NEFT, not RTGS, because RTGS allows you to send only money more than 2 lakh rupees in a single go. So this is one difference. Another difference is the time that it takes for money to be transferred or deducted from your account to another account. Okay. So these are the 2 differences. Now, RTGS, the full form is real-time gross settlement. So you can understand, as soon as the money will be deducted from my account, it will be credited to your account. That is the real time. Similar to IMPS. IMPS is also real time. So RTGS means that money will be credited or deducted instantaneously. Now this is different than NEFT. NEFT works on the basis of settlement. That suppose if I am having a bank account in ICICI and if I am transferring the money to you and your bank account is in SBI, so the money will be settled between ICICI and SBI. But you understand, I am not the only one who's making a transaction from ICICI bank account to SBI account. There may be hundreds of thousands of more people making the same kind of a payment in that instance only. So what these banks do, that within a half-hour period, they settle the funds between them. So suppose if customers from ICICI, they are transferring for a half-hour period, they are transferring 5 crore rupees to SBI account. But on the other hand, SBI bank account holders, they are transferring 3 crore rupees to the ICICI. So the net transfer of money would be what? 2 crores of rupees, right? So this is what is called as a settlement system in the banking system. I've just very basically and simplified it for you to understand this. So NEFT transaction, it does not happen in real time. So suppose if I give money 50,000 rupees to your bank account using NEFT, most probably you will get the money by half hour to 1 hour period. So that is why this is the second difference between these two transaction systems. So the third statement, RTGS, the settlement is instantaneous, correct. In case of NEFT, it takes some time to settle payment, that is about 30 minutes to 60 minutes. Okay. So first is correct. In RTGS, the customers is charged for inward transaction, whereas NEFT is not the case. This is incorrect. Why? Because in both cases, if you're receiving the money, you are not required to pay any money. In some cases, banks charge some transaction cost on the person who is sending you the money, right? So second is incorrect. Operating hours for RTGS are restricted in certain days, whereas that is not true for NEFT. This is also incorrect. If you look at the website of RBI, it says both of these systems are available 24/7 and for 365 days a year. So third statement also incorrect. So from our discussion, what is clear? Only first statement is right. Therefore, option A is the correct answer. Now moving to next question, again relating to payment settlement. I told you, right? In this one, IMPS is the one managed by NPCI and our UPI systems, which we use to pay for toffee, tea, coffee, etc. for smaller payments. This is based on the IMPS system, and the beauty of IMPS system is that it is an instantaneous system. That means as soon as I enter the key for my UPI, the money will be transferred or deducted from my account and will be credited to the one I'm sending the money to, right? Now, this system is not just applicable in India, but in other countries also. Many countries like France, like Singapore, like UAE, they've adopted UPI system just because it makes the money transfer so seamless and so easy. You don't need to add account number, you don't need to add IFSC code, you don't need to verify detail. What you need to do, scan the QR code and voila, money is transferred. So these three countries, not Germany, not Bangladesh, these three countries are accepting payments under UPI, therefore option B is the right answer. Moving to another one. This one talks about the PM Surya Muft Bijli Yojana. This is a scheme to promote the use of solar power. Now the first statement, it targets installation of 1 crore solar rooftop panels in the residential sector. Now the problem with electricity that the government faces is that first of all, you can't put the thermal power stations or the electricity generation stations everywhere. So suppose if you are having a particular thermal power station in the southern part of Uttar Pradesh, but power is required not just in southern part of Uttar Pradesh, it is required everywhere. So what you need to do is that you have to establish transmission lines. And as you're sending power to larger distances, the losses that happens in power transmission gets increased. So one part to produce cheaper electricity to provide electricity at a lesser cost is to install solar panels over the roof of your house, right? So for that, government brought PM Surya Muft Bijli Yojana. Now the scheme, this is purely a factual question. So if you read the schemes, you'll say that the government has targeted installation of solar rooftop panels in 1 crore houses. So first statement correct. This comes under Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. So this part of the statement correct. And one of the aspects of this scheme is not just installation of rooftop panels, but also make a manpower ready so that they can operationalize the systems and they can also undertake maintenance of the systems, right? So suppose if you have installed a solar rooftop panel on your roof, and for some reason that solar rooftop panel gets damaged, so you need a technician who can come to your house, change the systems, or can even take repairs. So this scheme also targets training of manpower, and how many manpower it will be training, that is also given in the statement, right? And it states that it aims to create more than 3 lakh skilled manpower through fresh skilling, upskilling under the component of capacity building. So not just installation of rooftop panels, but also a manpower which is good enough to undertake operation and maintenance of those panels is the intention of this scheme. And all these three statements are correct, making option D, the last option, the correct answer. Okay. Now, this is also an important question that many times you have seen bodies that are coming in the exam. Suppose there was this question earlier in 2021 or 22, if I am not incorrect, on the body known as T board, right? And it comes under Ministry of Commerce. Similarly, other important entities of Government of India and which ministry they function under, this was the question of this question. National Automotive Board, automotive sector in general comes under Ministry of Heavy Industry. So National Automotive Board also comes under Ministry of Heavy Industries. So first is incorrect. Second, Coir Board, it comes under Ministry of MSME. Coir is an important byproduct of coconut husks, right? So Coir Board is essentially established in Kerala because Kerala is the largest producer of coconut in the country, and this comes under Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises. Whereas National Center for Trade, it comes under obviously Ministry of Commerce because it is Ministry of Commerce which is responsible for every aspect relating to India's trade with foreign countries. So none of the options are right. Therefore, option D is the right answer. Now moving to the next question, consider the following activities: production of crude oil, refining, storage and distribution of petroleum, marketing and sale of petroleum products, and production of natural gas, right? Now, there are two kinds of activities known as upstream activities, known as downstream activities. So everything that you take before a production of any commodity, that is called as an upstream activity. Now, after you have produced that commodity and if you want to sell that commodity in the market, these are examples of what? Downstream activity, right? Now, this body which is in question, that is Petroleum Natural Gas Regulatory Board in our country, it majorly deals with downstream activities. Downstream activities involves what? Sale. It involves marketing. It involves storage of petroleum products. All these aspects are taken care of by downstream activities. And with respect to upstream activities, it is directly taken by Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas as well as the OEMs, that is the companies who are manufacturing the petroleum products like Reliance, like Indian Oil, like BPCL, right? So the body PNGRB, it majorly deals with downstream activities. So here production of crude oil is what? Upstream activity. Production of natural gas is what? Upstream activity. So these two not dealt with by the petroleum and natural gas regulatory body. Whereas these two, that is refining, storage and distribution of petroleum products and downstream activity. Similarly, marketing and sale, also downstream activity. These two are taken after or looked after by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Regulatory Board. So option B is right. Only two, second and third is the right answer. So this brings the end of our today's discussion in economy. After me, Abhishek sir will take the questions belonging to the section of science and technology. So please pay close attention to Abhishek sir, and this is all from my side. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it was quite a rigorous session from sir, and as the number of questions from economy, they were quite big in numbers, right? So, guys, now we will be proceeding to take the questions from the science and technology. And just a second. So let me just start the questions here. Let me just get this question. Just a second. Just a second, everyone. Let this question get started. All right, everybody. So here it is, the question from Science and Technology, and we are having the first question. This is the question number 1 from the set B itself, and consider the following types of the vehicles: full battery electric vehicles, hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, fuel cell electric hybrid vehicles. How many of the above are considered as alternative powertrain vehicles? You see that there are number of types where the vehicles actually receive powers, but here we are talking about the futuristic vehicles. In fact, even now also we are using the alternative powertrain vehicles, which basically derive the power from the alternative you can say sources of the energy, right? So here the power is actually derived from, you can say, the full battery electric vehicles, the typical electric vehicles where the engine is completely driven through the battery power. There is absolutely, you can say, no internal combustion present in the particular vehicle. Then hydrogen fuel cell vehicle as well as the fuel cell electric hybrid vehicles. So both of them are also the sources of the alternative powertrain vehicles. In fact, these two can be used to provide the energy, provide the power to the vehicles alternatively in the replacement of the internal combustion engine. So answer is, I think, going to be option number C. It's very easy question. We can say that that is the answer, option number C here, right? Just a second. Okay. So option number C will be the right answer in this particular question. It is asking about the alternative powertrain vehicles. Now, moving further, next question with reference to the unmanned aerial vehicles, that is the UAVs, consider the following statements. Guys, recently the UAVs, the drones, in fact, they were quite in the news related to the Operation Sindoor as well. But this particular question that comes from the general topic, that is actually the staple part of the science and technology, because the UAVs are the part of the futuristic and evolving technologies. So this is having 3 statements. All types of the UAVs can do vertical landing. Okay. So whenever this says that all types of the UAVs can do the vertical landing, this statement that becomes wrong. Why? Because all the UAVs are not capable of doing the vertical landing. In fact, only a few specific of them, they are capable of doing it, right? So this statement stands completely wrong. All the types of the UAVs can do automated hovering. What is that hovering? Guys, you must have seen that some people are using the remote control to control the hovering of the UAVs that keeps hovering over a certain area, mostly used in the, you can say, any kind of observation or any kind of recording or any kind of targeted deliveries also. So it is not likely possible for every single UAV that it should be you can say doing the completely automated, just a second. Okay, so completely automated hovering, that is simply not possible here. And when we talk about the third statement, all types of the UAVs can use battery as a source of the power supply. Now guys, again, this statement is an extreme statement. And here, if you read this particular statement, it says that all the UAVs are using the batteries. However, the reality is that some of them can also use the hydrogen fuel cell. Some of them can use the batteries as well. Some of them, they can use the solar power, you can say power system, solar driven power system. So we can see that either it's a solar power or the battery or the hydrogen fuel cell or the traditional fuel cell. Any of these things could be used to give the power to the UAVs for the hovering, for the observation, for the flight. So therefore, all the 3 statements, they are absolutely incorrect. And question is asking that how many of the statements are correct. So the right answer would be option number D. That is, none of the questions are correct in this particular one. Moving to the next question. Question number 3. in the context of the electric vehicles, consider the following elements: cobalt, graphite, lithium, and nickel. Okay. Guys, electric vehicles, particularly the e-mobility, since the government is also running the FAME program, right? The FAME. And at the same time, we can say that since the inception of Elon Musk, he actually made it very, very famous, even though earlier than him also, there used to be the electric vehicles. But since the launch of Tesla being the supremely powerful e-vehicle, and at the same time, the Chinese scientists, etc., they are working in order to make such electronic mobilities which would be giving you, or electric mobilities which would be giving you like 400, 500 kilometers of range, in fact more than that. So even the Indian scientific scenario is also quite, I would say, positive about the use of electric mobility. Hence, this question is very, very common. You can see that probably the second question from the same electric mobility topic. Here, cobalt, graphite, lithium, and nickel, how many of the above usually make up the battery cathode? Guys, this is, I would say, slightly in-depth question, because usually the students are well versed about the, you can say, the components which are used to make the batteries. Everyone understands that lithium ion is one of the most common thing, right? Lithium ion battery is the most common thing used in the electric mobility. At the same time, if we talk about the cobalt graphite batteries, that means basically lithium cobalt oxide batteries, and here we have the lithium plus cobalt plus graphite as well. Graphite is actually used as an anode, right? So graphite, it is given here. If we understand anything about the you can say lithium cobalt oxide batteries, there we understand that anode is using graphite, right? So basically this becomes an anode component. Okay, everyone. Hence we can say that cobalt and lithium, we have already seen the lithium ion battery, we have already seen the cobalt, right? So these two are definitely cathode. Okay, this is also cathode. But at the same time, nickel, so nickel is again used in the form of the nickel cadmium, right, batteries. So guys, nickel cadmium battery is again an example of the batteries which were used basically in the electric vehicles. And at the same time, nickel is also an cathode element. Okay, so for the students who are going to appear in the next year, this is very important to record that there are questions being asked upon the topics of like cathode elements and anode elements. Hardly anybody would expect such kind of question, but yes, the questions have been asked, and that is a very good sign for you, especially those who are especially focusing upon some in-depth analysis of the science and tech related topics. So here we can see that cobalt and lithium and nickel, these are the cathode elements. And if we talk about graphite, and graphite, apart from graphite, there is also silicon, which is not given here. So that is again silicon. These are the anode elements. Okay, everyone. So we have got a significant list of the cathode and anode elements. So this is the answer which we can see that three of them, right? Three of them, they make up the battery cathode. One makes the anode. Right, everybody? What is the answer? Option number C. Next question, consider the following substances. Okay, ethanol, nitroglycerine, urea. I think most of you would be aware about the general formula. I'm not going to discuss the formula and all here, but still the students might be aware, especially those who do not belong to the science background. They would be finding it a little bit difficult to remember the formula and all that. Still, since the government of India is actually quite interested in the coal gasification project, okay, so this question is essentially, I would say, essentially not just from science, but also related to the latest government scheme where the government is willing to increase the dependency upon the coal gasification technique for the sake of production of urea for the sake of production of ethanol and other compounds, right? So here, let me tell you that ethanol and urea, these are the two products which may be derived as a direct or the indirect elements, or sorry, compounds, basically from the process of the coal gasification. But when it comes to the nitroglycerine, guys, nitroglycerine, some of you might be aware that it is a kind of explosive. Okay. So this nitroglycerine, that is C3H5, I think you might be aware, NO3, then whole bracket 3. So this formula and all, I will not recommend any of the students to remember the formula of these elements because it's highly impractical and quite difficult as well. But in case you read the government document related to the coal gasification, you would clearly understand that ethanol and the urea, they are actually possibly to produce using the coal gasification technology. However, nitroglycerine, it is not a product that could be produced by using the coal gasification tech, right, everyone? So here the answer would be option number, right, B, option number B, that is ethanol and urea. Okay, everyone. So here I think you can see this complete process. Here I have given this particular process as well. In case you want this particular PPT, so you can actually join the Telegram channel where you can also get the PPTs as well. Anyways, now moving further. Next question says that what is the common characteristic of the chemical substances generally known as Cl20, HMX and LLM105? Guys, as it is saying that these are substances sometimes talked about in media. Actually, these substances were in the news. So once again, the question comes from science and tech, but the theme is current oriented. So these particular compounds were in the news because the Indian Army was actually looking for the futuristic explosives, which would be the most potent as well as a highly dependable form of explosives to cause the maximum impact right now. So basically, these are the high-end explosives which were in the news over the period of time in the last year. And particularly, if you see the HMX, that was quite well known, in fact, in the contemporary news circles, right? So basically, these are the explosives in the military weapons, right? And this is why they were in the news. The answer would be option number B. Guys, see, such type of questions where the questions are not, you can say, directly related to any sort of concept, but purely based upon the factual information, I would always recommend all of you to directly go through the current affairs, directly go through the ministerial websites, particularly the website of the Ministry of Science and Tech, right? They would be giving you some sort of idea that which sort of topics are being in the news for late, and they would be asking the questions mostly from these kind of sources. Anyways, so moving to the next question. Okay, consider the following statements. It is expected that Majorana chip will enable quantum computing. Once again, a question which is from the latest development in the information technology, but information technology, artificial intelligence and cloud computing. However, this is again related to the topic of science and tech, but the theme of current affairs. So the students who are watching this session live and willing to appear in the next year, guys, this is the lesson to all of you. You all must learn that the science and tech, it comes in that manner itself, where the topics are obviously from the syllabus, but the questions are formed mostly upon the basis of the current development, current news. So it is expected that Majorana chip will enable the quantum computing, and Majorana chip has been introduced by the Amazon Web Services, and the deep learning is a subset of the machine learning. Okay, so guys, here the options are like 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1 and 3, 1, 2, 3. When we talk about the Majorana chip, right, it's not Majorana, it's Majorana. Basically, this was introduced by Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft basically introduced this particular chip dedicated for the purpose of quantum computing. Okay, and over the period of time, if you observe, this was making quite a buzz in the social media as well, where the tech enthusiasts were especially interested in this particular chip. How would it perform? How would it function? So it was not introduced by this single information makes it very clear that it was not introduced by the Amazon Web Services. Rather, it was introduced by the Microsoft. Okay. Hence, the second statement is wrong. So guys, very old method used in the UPSC examination, the elimination technique. It's easy standing here and telling you guys that elimination is possible. It's slightly more difficult when we do it in the examination hall. So therefore, I would suggest you that use the common sense and see this. Second statement is wrong. That means this option is gone, this option is gone, and this option is gone as well. So answer would be option number C. So just one information if you have. So guys, this is the difficulty level of question. I would term it as a very easy question given that you are aware of the activities happening around you. So if you know that Amazon Web Services is wrong and Microsoft is correct, nothing else is required to be known. As simple as that. So right answer would be option number C. Option number C would be the right answer. Okay. And you can see this particular image as well. I have added this particular image as well. And here you can see this Microsoft symbol is there. And apart from that, guys, artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning. So as you go deeper, as you go towards the more and more serious content, you find that artificial intelligence is a big superset of all the technologies which are future oriented, which are basically based upon the machines getting some sort of codes and patterns to learn certain trends and learn certain patterns to respond to the inputs and give a certain complex process to be given as the output. So here the deep learning, machine learning and artificial intelligence. So basically deep learning is the most in-depth form of the learning where the complex processes are performed by the machines which receive the inputs and then they perform the processes to give the certain output. So right answer would be option number B here. Right. Next question, that would be with reference to the monoclonal antibodies often mentioned in the news, consider the following statements. Monoclonal antibodies. So guys, antibodies, I think most of you must have covered the biotechnology unit in the class 12th biology book. All of you must have been suggested through your preparation journey that class 12th biology book is the source of the science, particularly the static portion of science. Unit 3, 4, 5, these are very important ones. In fact, even in the unit 2nd also, the genetics chapter is there. So you may expect some sort of questions from there as well. This particular question is coming from the combination of the immunology, that is class 10th NCERT science, as well as the class 12th NCERT, basically the unit of biotechnology. So here it is asking about the monoclonal antibodies, that is the matter of current affairs as well as the static science. They are man-made proteins. Absolutely correct. Man-made proteins. Yes. Monoclonal antibodies are the man-made proteins. We have in our body the immunoglobulins, right? IG. They are basically the natural proteins and present in the immune system. They stimulate the immunological functions due to their ability to bind to specific antigens. Again, 100% correct statement this is as well. So when we talk about the monoclonal antibodies, the name itself suggests that they are basically the product of the cloning of certain immunoglobulin functions, right? And specifically taken from the white blood cells, right? Hence, the second statement stands true that they stimulate the immunological functions because they have been made as a clone to perform or say to mimic the performance of the immunoglobulins, and hence the second statement is again correct. Okay, everyone. Third, they are used in treating the viral infections like that of Nipah virus. Now guys, let me tell you that many students might have gotten confused when they might have read this third statement. You see that usually The immunoglobulins, they are the natural barriers and natural fighters of our body, our immune system. And the monoclonal antibodies, they are basically the field of research. They are basically used for treating the cancer-like diseases, cancer-like symptoms, where they kill the affected cells. But at the same time, certain specific type of immunoglobulins, which are basically cloned to provide the monoclonal antibodies and polyclonal antibodies as well, they are basically observed to respond in the treatment of the Nipah virus. Okay, particularly if we talk about the specific antibody, which is named as M102, right? The M102.4. This specific antibody is actually used in the treatment of the Nipah virus. So this is something which was, I would say, relatively new, relatively difficult part in this particular question, because it is a very recent development and taken from the current affairs, right, everyone? Hence, I would say that science and tech, it must have given you a big headache if you might not have prepared well from the fundamentals as well as the current affairs both, right now. So guys, the answer would be option number D, right? Option number D. And why? Because the first one is correct, second one is correct. These two are the static portions and definitely correct, easy ones. Third one is current affairs related, and this is again correct. So answer would be option number D. Now, next, question number 9. Consider the following statements. No virus can survive in ocean waters. Come on, this is absolutely wrong. Guys, you might have heard about the haline or saline viruses. Basically, when I'm saying haline viruses, basically it means that the halides are present in the water solution, and therefore the viruses are able to survive in that medium as well. So definitely it is not correct at all. We have the entire body of the viruses which can survive in the ocean. Okay, marine virus, if you remember that. Again, this is again from the chapter called as the microbes in the human welfare. And there you see that certain group of the marine viruses have been used in the treatment of the water spills as well, oil spills as well on the water flow. Right. Then here, no virus can infect the bacteria. Once again, it is not just infection, but the viruses are there which can completely ingest the bacteria, completely kill them. Have you heard about the bacteriophages ever? Bacteriophages. So bacteriophages are basically the specific class of the viruses which are basically used to infect and kill the bacteria. Okay, some of the times they are also used to copy or replicate the genetic coding of the bacteria, and in order to obtain the specific genetic coding, we insert in the scientific experiments, we insert the bacteriophages to the viruses, to the bacteria, and then we get the genetic sequencing of the particular bacteria, and then we are able to make the antibacterials of that particular, or antibiotics of that particular bacteria. So right answer would be the first one is wrong, second one is wrong. Third says that no virus can change in the cellular transcription activities. Again, come on. In the second statement itself, when I said that certain viruses are used to completely copy or replicate the genetic coding of the bacteria, guys, if they are able to replicate the genetic coding, is it not possible to alternate or to basically alter the cellular encodings? Definitely, it's very, very logical statement, that if you understand that something is there which can actually encrypt and replicate the genetic code, it can again decrypt and alternatively form the different pattern of your genetic code as well, right? So it can definitely alter. So this is wrong, and so all the statements are wrong here, right? And the right answer would be option number D, none. Okay, everyone. Then next question. So guys, we saw the questions which were mostly from the portion of the biotechnology, as well as the chemistry in the human welfare or human life. Now the questions are coming from the pure technological portions, basically the space tech, and that aspect of the science and tech is again very, very important. So this time I would say that UPSC has once again shifted the focus upon the traditional pattern of asking the questions from the science and tech. And they have been doing this quite, I would say, for quite long period of time, where the biotech and the space tech are the two most preferred zones. Yes, the third zone that has been preferred in this particular year, that is the futuristic mobility solutions, particularly the e-vehicles. They have asked the questions related to the e-mobility, not only in the science and tech, but also in the economy portion as well, right? Question number 54 says GPS aided geo augmented navigation, that is Gagan. Okay, Gagan uses a system of the ground stations to provide necessary augmentation. Which of the following statements are correct in respect of Gagan? So guys, you might have heard about the Indian Regional Navigation System, okay, IRNS, right? Under which the specific group of satellites as well as the ground stations were created to provide the better and more accurate coverage of the Indian region, particularly with the help of the specific satellites. Earlier, as India was having the dependency upon the, we can say the GPS and the GLONASS, these kind of systems. You might have heard about the GPS, the Global Positioning System, and the GLONASS, that is basically the European, and then again the Russian as well as the Chinese systems of the global positioning they have also been developed. So India was the major power which was lacking in this particular technology. They developed Gagan, right, with the help of IR and SS, right? So here, what is correct with respect to the Gagan, that it is designed to provide the additional accuracy and integrity. Very common, very easy sentence, and it is a correct sentence. It is a correct sentence. That Gagan is actually meant for providing the additional accuracy and integrity, more, in fact, much better than the GPS and GLONASS. It will allow more uniform and high quality air traffic management. Once again, as we all understand that the air traffic controller, they usually receive the transmission, and the transmitted data comes from the GPS, mostly from the GPS only. But here, over the Indian space, they would be using the Gagan and the augmented data that would be received from the Gagan aided satellite and the regional centers particularly established on the ground. So that would be providing them with a more uniform and high quality air traffic management. Then provide benefits only in the aviation but not in the other modes of transportation. Guys, see, this particular statement, it is actually slightly dicey. Even though the primary purpose of the Gagan and IRNS that remains useful for the air traffic only, however, completely obliterating this other modes of transportation, that is a little bit difficult. So this statement is slightly a tricky statement. Even though the answer is claimed to be option number D, that it will completely ignore the other modes of transportation. But once again, I would like to mark it here, especially that, over the period of time, the developments that have taken place, they may provide assistance or the aid in the other modes of vehicles transportation, right? So guys, for now, the answer is taken to be option number D, right, option number D, because if we observe that there is no specific choice where the 1 and 2 is provided. Okay, if there would have been any kind of choice 1 and 2, 1 2 3 1 3 1 1 2 3, right? So if particularly 1 and 2 might be there, so guys, then that would be the answer. Okay, so 1 and 2, 1 and 2, most probably this is the 1 and 2. That is what I should I think I should be there, right? So here, next question that would be, consider the following space mission. Okay, consider the following space mission: the Axiom 4, then SpaceX and Gaganyaan. Right? Axiom 4 SpaceX and Gaganyaan, how many of these space missions given above are encouraging and supporting the microgravity research? Okay, microgravity research. So here, first of all, let me tell you that what is microgravity research, guys. When we talk about the space, and we can say particularly the vehicles or the manned or unmanned space missions, basically the biggest challenge that comes, that is to go beyond the gravity zone, but at the same time to balance the gravity in such a manner that you are able to do the cocking of particular space vehicle. And for that we need to develop the microgravity technology. That microgravity enables the specific spacecraft to be stationed in a certain orbit without getting elsewhere. Okay, for that we need to develop this technology. So particularly the ISRO entered into the, I think, a memorandum of understanding that was signed between the European Space Agency and ISRO. Again, at the same time, the, I would say, Indian Institute of Science, probably that was made a partner as well in this. So here these bodies actually collaborated to study and develop the further research in the microgravity management, right? So the answer here, that basically SpaceX and Axiom 4, these are the futuristic projects. So these two are definitely correct. But my dear, even Gaganyaan, that is expected to be launched in the near future, Gaganyaan is also going to be the one with the capacity, with the support system related to the microgravity research, and therefore the answer in this aspect would be that all the three would be correct in this case. Okay, everyone. So this is actually based upon a recent report which was published by ISRO's website in December as well as in January. So I can say one thing, that even this question, even though belongs to the science section, but again dependent upon the current affairs. Okay, so that is the nature of question here. Then next question, that artificial way of causing the rainfall to reduce air pollution makes use of. Guys, this is a very, very simple question and very straightforward question. If you remember, last year there was a case going on in the Supreme Court related to the burning of the stubble, right? Basically the crop residue burning, that has been a very big issue in the northern India, especially over the skies of Delhi and the NCR region. And the crop residue burning, that creates an entire cloud of the smoke and particularly causes the smog like factors. So basically, in order to reduce the pollution, this particular technology called as the cloud seeding technology. Okay, cloud seeding technology. This particular technology is being used by several countries, including China and the US, etc., where they actually cause the artificial rainfall that actually helps in settling down the dust and the smoke that is suspending in the air, particularly the particulate matters, the particulate matters greater than the size of the 2.5 mm or the 10 mm size. So they are basically settled down with the help of rainfall that takes place artificially, and that is done with the help of the silver iodide and potassium iodide. So answer would be option number A. It's very easy question, cloud seeding, right? Okay guys, so that is all from the section of science and technology, and now I think we are okay, so Karan sir will be coming up with the subject of IR. Okay, so international relations will be the next. So stage is all yours, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your explanation. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you. So yes, so we are going through the discussion of different subjects. I think you are getting a mix of questions from the static part as well as the factual part. So those the concepts I think they are very much ingrained in your questions, along with the factual part which is coming on from the current affairs. And I would really want that you should be giving us very frank feedback of what you think about your apprehension and perspective of the questions. That is really, really important. So let me open the IR part of us. That is very important. So IR part, I would say it was very, very much concentrated on the factual part of it, because that is where the UPSC is targeting now. Yes, they want you to be very clear on your basics, but along with that, they also want you to be, let's spot on with your facts as well. It means that we cannot skip the facts in any stage, anyhow, we cannot do it, right? Just this is opening. Just wait. I'll just call on. So this file will open up and we will be discussing about the IR part. And I would really want that we were giving you regarding the feedback of the polity questions. And I think you guys might have seen me in that part. And that was a mix of both these aspects. Especially the match the following of the Nagaland and Tripura state part, that was quite on the difficult side of it. But regarding the president question which we discussed, and also the governor questions, because I was not at all surprised with the governor questions coming up. It was important and it was due to come, especially with respect to the Supreme Court case. And recently Article 143 was invoked by the president for asking that opinion from the Supreme Court, which you might guys have followed regarding what was that going on with respect to that. Right? Let me just open this one. Just let me call the person. Yeah. Colonial. Yes, yes.
plus हम मेल पे क्लिक करो डिसमिस करके वरना को खोलना पड़ेगा
इसको लॉगिन कर दो
वरना को लॉगिन कर देना
just log in this one. कोई दिक्कत नहीं, कैमरा सीधा लगा दो, इधर आगे ला दो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लाइव चल रहा है ना, जरूरी है. So I was wondering if you can give your perspective, your side of the things, how you saw the paper, especially those kids who have been preparing for a long time. Yes, I would definitely agree that paper was on the tougher side of the things with respect to the facts that UPSC. Yes. UPSC usually doesn't give such hard facts many times, but yes, they were there, and it really tells us the trend of the things which are going to happen the next year as well, right? So we have to be bang on with our basics, but we cannot skip the factual part of it. And I'll start with the quite factual part, which is with respect to the members of the NATO. If you can look upon the question that is given. Okay. So the kids, how many of you have just completed the paper? If you have given the paper, how many of you have just done it? Or I think if you have just given the paper, you might be just done with the CSAT part of it. And shortly after this one, I think after the miscellaneous questions, which are part of the current affairs, we'll be going forward with the CSAT part of the paper as well, right? Just let me get the thing. Okay, so finally we have the questions with us. So let us get on with the higher part of the things. Fine. So this is something which is very much interesting part, because anyone who is preparing or even not preparing for UPSC civil services or otherwise is somehow knows about what is going on in the IR or in the international relations, because our Prime Minister is very much active, and we know it, right? So let's get on. Okay. This, I would say, is the first question which prompted up as your first question of international relations. That is, consider the following countries: Austria, Bulgaria, Croatia. They are given in the order of it: Serbia, Sweden, North Macedonia. Now they are asking which of them are members of NATO. So in IR, firstly, see students, you are preparing or you might have prepared for UPSC Civil Services. You must be knowing why the question is coming on to you. Why they are, firstly, let us see why they are asking this question. You know that even the Ukrainian president and the Russian president, they are all over the news because they want to have truce, right? And Donald Trump is also asking them to reach a middle ground to have a truce. And that is why this is in the news. That is why they are asking the question. So when they are asking the question about NATO, it was expected they could ask about Article 5 of NATO treaty, that is the popular Washington Treaty. They could even ask about the headquarters of NATO. They didn't even ask it. They could ask about the recent member edition of NATO. They didn't ask it. So whenever we are studying about the members of any organization, we study about the first member, we study about the last or the recent member. We study about when the organization was formed. We study about what is the formation treaty of the organization. And lastly, we also see what are the members, who are the members who are contending to be a part of such setup, right? And yes, Ukraine was that contention, that bone of contention, why the Ukrainian-Russian war was happening, right? So here, if we see the members, this is not an easy part of the things. I myself would say this was something which could land you up in trouble if you don't know about the membership. Fine. So here we see we only have the 4 members who are part of this setup, and who are not. Let me tell you, we don't have the Austria, we don't have the Serbs being part of NATO. They are not. Yeah, they are not. They have their respective reasons. They have their respective reasons why they are not a part of this setup. Yes, total we have 32 members who are a part of this setup, 32 countries. And Ukraine was designated to be the latest one. So here what we have is Bulgaria, Croatia, Sweden and North Macedonia. This one was easy. This one was a recent member. That was also easy. Bulgaria, we see that is one of the early members, and Croatia also, right? So here what we have is answer is our B. And let me see what is the genesis of NATO. If we see, founded in 1949, Washington Treaty, NATO Treaty it is called. Where is the headquarters of NATO? It is in Brussels. This was something which was estimated, which was even anticipated that it would be the question which would be asked. And Article 5, which says that all the NATO members, they will stand up with each other when the time comes to fight. And mind you, this has been invoked only once. That is the 9/11 attacks. The popular attacks, 9/11 attacks. That they were the one which prompted this Article 5. And Serbia is not a member because it has that policy that it will remain militarily neutral. Same is the problem with Austria as well. They want to maintain that neutrality. So when we are talking about the East Europe, we are saying that Ukraine wants to be part of NATO and Russia doesn't want to be. There are members inside the Central Europe or even the Northern and Western Europe who are not a part of NATO. All of the Europe is not a part of NATO. We must be knowing this. All of the Europe is not at all a part of NATO. Okay. So Austria, Serbs, they have their respective reasons not to be a part of this setup. Fine. And I would mark that, see, on the map, if it is visible to you, students, please see here. I would request your attention because such question can again prop up, right? You see those 32 members being spread all over, especially the members who are from European side of the things. And here we have the Bulgaria. Turkey was being Turkey could be asked because Turkey is in news as well, and Turkey was contended also that whether it should be a member of it or not, right? Because it is in contention for EU membership as well, European Union. Okay, so we see that this North Macedonia, which was asked, Bulgaria as well, right? That is being asked. Sweden is a member here as well. So these are the popular members, and they did not go for the big short names. They didn't go for even France or UK. They didn't go for it. They went for the East Europe. It means that UPSC really wants you to get into the scratch of things. They really want you to get into the contention of things. They don't really want you to see just from the shallow side of the things who is a member and who is a not. Okay? Okay, fine. So second question. And that is a question which you could answer properly. Right? So here we see it is about the BIMSTEC. That is our regional organization. BIMSTEC is the organization which is around the Bay of Bengal, largely around the Bay of Bengal. So this organization is especially for economic cooperation, technical cooperation of the littoral states around the Bay of Bengal. And this we study every time when we study IR, BIMSTEC, right? And this is a regional organization. They are asking which is consisting of 7 members till January 2025. Okay, so this option is given to confuse you up. I would scratch my head whether in January they expanded BIMSTEC, or did they reduce it after January? That is why. So this statement is given to make you waste your time. To make you waste your time. Even if you are very much sure with the 7-member thing, this date is given so that you scratch your head again. You waste your time on the option. Then it came into existence with the signing of no, that is not true. Don't mix it with the other organizations, right? Don't mix it with SAC or other organizations. Fine. So that is not true at all, because that is Bangkok Declaration, right? So second one is wrong. Second one is wrong. So I'm left with C and D. Here, Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Nepal are founding members. How do I know who are the founding members? How do I know this? Because if you have read about it, BIMSTEC is popularly known as the founding member. Here see, we have Bangladesh, true, India, true, Sri Lanka, true, Thailand, true. So Nepal is false here. It was not a part of the founding members. So that is wrong. So BIMSTEC is popularly known as the founding members among the BIMSTEC. Among the BIMSTEC. BIMSTEC. Please remember this, everyone. I would say again, if you want to see who are the founding members, try to remember this. BIMSTEC. EC is economic cooperation, and this is Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. So Nepal is given to confuse you up. That was the thing. And lastly is BIMSTEC, the subsector of tourism is being led by India from a long time, right? So if we are confused in 1 and 4 and there the subsector of tourism is led by India from a long time. If you see the thick of the things here, this is what is happening. It was the Bangkok Declaration, and that too in 1997, not in 1999. So they want to confuse you up with the SAC. That is the problem. And this is the membership of the BIMSTEC. That is the 7 members. Bhutan, it is not a littoral state. India is, Myanmar is, Nepal is not, Sri Lanka is, and Thailand is. These are the 7 members. So kindly see that this option first up is given to waste your time on this. Waste your time. So that you scratch your head again and again, whether after January they have expanded it or not. Fine. Okay. So after that, this is a very recent summit, that is the AI Action Summit, which happened in Paris in February 2025. And they are asking very simple question from it. Whoever has read it might be able to know that this summit was co-chaired by India and France. And they have been long hauling for this. They wanted this summit to happen because this is targeted about the ethics in the upcoming AI. Because AI is all over. Today, almost every sector is using AI in one form or another. So that is why they wanted that ethical aspect of AI to be addressed, not only at the regional level, but at the global level of it. That is why. So it we see co-chaired by India. Yes. And it is it a follow-up? Yes, it is. After 2023 summit, after 2024 summit. So it's a follow-up summit After what? After the Seoul summit, after the Bletchley summit. Bletchley is it UK. So these two summits, they were not that much successful, but yes, this is co-chaired by India. So now the second option, along with other countries, US, UK also signed the Inclusive and Sustainable AI. No, they did not. That is why this was in news. They did not do it. In fact, they've had their own concerns about it. They wanted some address to happen here. They wanted some adjustments to happen here. That is why this inclusivity and sustainability clause were not fine with these global giants like US and UK. So that is why this statement is wrong and this is right one. So that is why we have the answer as option A. We have this answer. You can see that this Bletchley Park Declaration, 28 countries participated, and especially in the Seoul, 27 countries. Yes, these countries wanted a follow-up. They wanted some concrete actions to be taken. But, this Paris Summit, this was even signed by 58 members. 58 members. But even China also signed it. If you see, China mostly has problems with whatever India is heading on to. If India is bearing a torch for some action, China will not cooperate with us. But it did. They could even put up an option for China as well. This could be the third statement. But China was with us in this. Even US and UK, they went against it. And they had their own concerns. Fine? Okay. So the next one, see, BRICS. So they are really interested about the international organizations. Always in our last time preparation, we go on to revise the international organizations, but they were highly interested in the organizations in which India has been traditionally a part. BRICS, it has been asked. If you know, this is concentrated on the first letter of the countries, that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Fine. So the 16th BRICS summit was held under the chairmanship of Russia in Kazan. Is it true or not? They are asking it. And they have a follow-up question with that. The theme of the 16th summit was strengthening multiculturalism for just global development and security. You would imagine, did I need to read the theme of the summit? Yes, you do. When you read about any environmental report, when you read about any international organization's report, I would not say that you should be cramming up the report. You should be loosely saying what is the theme of the report. What is the theme of the summit? If I say that Earth Day just happened, you must be knowing what was the theme of the Earth Day. What did they just talk about? Right? So that is why they have directly asked the theme of it. Theme of the BRICS summit. And you must be knowing, is it right or wrong? And secondly, Indonesia has become a full member of BRICS. That was the highlight of January 2025. That it became the 10th member of BRICS. If someone who is reading up the news, who is daily in contact with these, so second statement, Indonesia is right. So I'm marking here, this is wrong, this is wrong. So we have to choose among option A and B. So either first is right or third is right. 16th summit, which is the latest summit, it happened in Kazan. That is right. That is right. It means something is wrong here. Something is wrong here. Let's see what is wrong here. You see, the Kazan declaration, what was the theme? Strengthening multilateralism. Okay, so UPSC has dug so deep. They have asked the exact theme of it, but they have changed just one word. One word. They have changed multilateralism to multiculturalism. Oh my God. So would they stoop so low? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And yes, there they want you to get into the thick of things. So this is a tricky part. If you were going straight away to mark the option from the third option, you might get it wrong. But from the options elimination, you will get it right. If you have short knowledge that 16th summit happened in Russia, you should be going for it. Because they trapped you there. They trapped you there. This multiculturalism, multilateralism. That was the problem. Okay. So the answer is A here. And regarding the BRICS, this term, it was given by Jim O'Neill. Okay, it was given in 2001. So first up, they were only BRIC. They were only BRIC till 2010. Till 2010, they were only BRIC. South Africa joined it later. especially in the US, they had a summit in New York. Then South Africa joined them, which made it BRICS, right? And after that, they expanded it to BRICS plus. 5 more joined them. That is Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, UAE, and Indonesia. And that is why. See, in the NATO question, did they ask about the recent member? Yes. Sweden is one of them. In BRICS, are they asking about the recent member? Yes. So you can develop a trend here. We always try to solve the PYQs. Why we solve it? To get them right? Not only that is the motive. We want to develop a trend for the future. In both these questions, these are the current questions of today. They are asking about the recent member of the organization. So keep an eagle eye whenever you are reading the international organizations. You must be knowing who is the first member, who is the recent member, and who are the members who are anticipating to be a part of it or having an observer status in the organization. Okay. Okay. So Indonesia, it joined in January 2025. It became the 10th member of the BRICS, right? Especially, it is the BRICS plus member. It is a part of it. Fine. So these are the members. And Saudi Arabia, it is yet to finalize its membership. And along with the Argentina, it said that I would be a member of BRICS, but it did not join. It is yet to join the organization. So keep an eye on these two, Saudi Arabia and Argentina. Okay. So again, an international corridor in which India is a part. And that is a corridor which is since last 5 to 6 years going on, INSTC. India is one of the founding members of International North-South Transport Corridor, a multimodal transportation corridor which will connect what point to what point. So here, if we know about the INSTC, this is especially from India to Russia. It is going from India to Russia. And yes, it is a multimodal platform, multimodal transport corridor. Why? Because it is making use of ships, making use of roadways, making use of railways as well. And it was in contention because it is passing through Iran. And Russia, you know, that is a country which is spread across Europe as well as Asia, right? So what I'm saying is, it is connecting India to Southeast Asia through Bangladesh, Myanmar. This is wrong. This is completely wrong. It is connecting India to Central Asia via China, but it is wrong. Now I'm left with these two options, which are tricky. Yes, they are tricky. India to Central Asia to Europe via Iran. Is it correct? Yes, it is. India to Europe through Azerbaijan. It is also correct. But where is Central Asia? Which they wanted to connect while connecting India to Russia. They wanted to have that Central Asia in between. Is it giving that description? No. Europe could be any part of Europe. It could be Western Europe. It could be Central Europe. So you have to specify. This is a better answer to specify what INSTC is up to. India to Central Asia to Europe. That is Russia. That is Russia via Iran, via Azerbaijan. So you might confuse it up here. So A is the better answer. A is the better answer. So this is the information which is given, and their main goal is to promote trade and economic cooperation among these countries, the Central Asian countries who are mostly landlocked, and Russia who is seeking the warm waters through this corridor. Okay. So you can see the map of it. India, this is sea route, then it is opting for the land route. And here railways, roadways, both are playing their part. This is Iran, this is Azerbaijan. So that is why I am saying this is a tricky question, because A and D were very close. They were very, very close. Okay, this is the 99th question, and it is saying we have to match these pairs. The countries are given and we have to match them with the resources which they are mostly popular in, the resources which they are rich in. This is Botswana giving diamond, Chile, it is matched to lithium, and Indonesia matched to nickel. So popularly among them, which we keep hearing is lithium, because of the batteries, e-vehicles, we keep hearing them. And here we see the most popular countries they are ABC, especially in the South America. They make up a triangle: Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile. These three countries which are rich in lithium, they contain approximately 40% of the world reserves of lithium. So this one, Chile, you must be marking it right. So this is absolutely right. In how many of the above rows is the given information correctly matched? If we see here, Yes, 2 is matched correctly. And regarding the Botswana, this was in news, especially with respect to the diamonds. With respect to diamonds in the months of October 2024, in the festive season. So this is also right. And third one was tough to guess. If you are not knowing it, if you don't know it, because nickel is estimated to be a replacement for lithium-ion batteries. Because cadmium nickel batteries are also in R&D part of the things. That is why it was in news. And the third one is also correctly matched. Their options here we have is only 1, only 2, all 3, or none. So the answer is C, all 3 are correctly matched. All 3 are correctly matched. If you see, this is the explanation which we can look upon. Botswana is rich in diamonds deposits. Indonesia, along with the nickel, it is also rich in bauxite and gold. So keep in mind, because the next time the question can be concentrated on them. Chile, yes, it is rich in lithium, that is popularly the ABC triangle. Also Australia, you must be knowing it. It is not related to your options. You must be knowing what is Australia rich in. It is rich in iron ore, gold and lithium. So iron ore is Australia is very much rich. It contains a considerable of the world deposits of iron ore within itself. We must be knowing about it. Yes, so this is the last question of the paper, which was from IR as well. And this was a medium level question, which we see. The regions are given and we have to match it with the country. If we see here, Molucca region, Normandy, Sardinia region. Okay. If I have read about the history, if I have read about the world history, the Europe history, Sardinia, I might be able to know. Normandy, some of you might be able to know who have read world history in detail. Who have read especially about the World War II, they might be able to mark it. Molucca, if you have read the news, then you would be able to mark it, right? And here, if we see Sardinia, it is related to Italy. So yes, this is wrong. This is wrong. And Normandy, this is again wrong. And Molucca, this was wrong. So all 3 were jumbled up. They were not right. If we see about the explanation of the things, this Sardinia island, Kingdom of Sardinia, which was related to the unification of Italy, and it was in news, they were celebrating their unification day, the Italians. That is why Sardinia was there. Sardinia, it is related to Italy. Second is Molucca. It is one of the 4 major islands as a part of Spain. So as a part of Spain, these are the 4 major islands. And that was again in news due to the summits happening there. And finally, the Normandy, this was related to the World War II D-Day. And this D-Day, it was celebrated, it was on June 6, 2024, 80-year anniversary they were celebrating. Because this was under the Operation Overlord, and this was the largest amphibious invasion in the military history under World War II. That is why it was in news, this Normandy. And it is near France. And what is the geography of the thing? To the west of it is the Atlantic Ocean, and to the north of it is the English Channel. And it is under the country France. That was why it was in news. So yes, if I talk about the IR, the world affairs, they have concentrated upon the factual part of it. Your analytical part could be used, but to a very minimum or a limited extent. You could make your guess, but you cannot mimic the facts. You cannot fake them. You must be having the knowledge. So I would say this was something, this question you could attempt. And regarding this, if you do not have idea regarding the Indonesia, whether nickel is very popular there, I would say you could refrain yourself. And regarding this INSTC question, you must be able to go through it, because this is a very popular corridor, which is in news since 6-7 years, because Iran, West Asia is always in the news. That is why. And regarding this BRICS, BIMSTEC questions, you must be able to attempt them. You must be able to attempt them, because if you do not attempt, you are already out of the race. Because the other persons, the ones who are attempting, some of them might be getting it right. So that is why you needed to do it. And this was to me quite a difficult question. That is the countries which are part of NATO, and there are 32 of them. So that is why this was a difficult question according to me. So after this, I would really want the next section, this discussion to come up, especially with respect to the miscellaneous questions which have been left up. And I would really be inviting Praveen sir to come over and take up the discussion for the rest of the questions. And I really want you guys to give your very honest and a frank feedback of how you have developed a perspective of the questions being discussed and the question being asked by the UPSC. Okay. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So guys, hope you guys are enjoying this session of, discussing each and every questions. So now it's time for us to come on to the final session now, the final stages, that is environment and ecology and some current affairs miscellaneous topics they are left to be discussed as well. So just give me a moment. Let me just change the PPT here. Okay. Okay, guys, just simply give me a moment, okay? Just hold on for just a minute, not more than a minute, please, okay? Okay, guys, so let's start, right? It's about the questions related to our environment and ecology, right? So as we can see, I guess it should be visible, right? So with regard to the first question, okay, so let me zoom it totally. I believe it shall be visible, okay, in case it's not. So, yeah, okay. So it's with regard to the questions related to our environment and ecology, one of the segments that are mostly, some type of a headache to the students, specifically if you are someone coming from the non-science background, right? But don't worry, it's not a rocket science. It just takes, some days of work or some, couple of weeks of hard work, okay? And this is a subject, once you are, done with the warm-up, okay, this could be the easiest subject. So I will just say, do not worry, okay, just sit back, relax, and let's understand the segments of this particular question, okay, of this the questions of this particular segment basically. So consider the following statement: cigarette butts, eyeglass lenses, and car tires. So how many of them they do contain plastic in themselves, right? So prima facie, you would be like, cigarette butts, obviously you are not smoking, but you have seen the cigarette butts. So you might be like, no, it's a spongy thing, right? So probably there is no plastic. Secondly, eyeglass lenses. So obviously, eyeglass lenses, you would be like, yeah, there are plastics for sure. And now the third one, that is car tire. So it is totally rubber, right? So where should be the plastic coming? Yes, the plastic, they are present in all of these three. So how many of them they do contain plastic? So cigarette butts, eyeglass lenses, and car tires, they all have the plastic. So car tires, so obviously if you can see this one, car tires, they contain plastic. Specifically, they are made up of a polymer. Okay, so they are made up of what? They are made up of polymer which contains plastics in them, right? Now, we talk about cigarette butts. So yes, they also contain a significant amount of plastic. Okay, that is known as cellulose acetate. So guys, you can mark the term. Okay, there is something known as cellulose acetate, right? So this is what? Also a type of a plastic. So we have got polymer in the car tires. Okay, and yes, many eyeglass lenses, they are made up of plastic, particularly what? Polycarbonate and Trivex. So when we read in detail, okay, when we go ahead and read it in detail, okay, we get to know that yes, the plastic, it is having multiple variations. So one such variation is polymer, another is cellulose acetate, and one is polycarbonate and also the Trivex. So basically the cigarette butts, eyeglass lenses, and yes, the car tires, they all contain what? The plastics in themselves. Okay, so here we go to the next one. Okay, consider the following statements. Statement 1, okay, activated carbon is a good and an attractive tool to remove pollutants from effluent streams to remediate contaminations or contaminants from various industries. Statement 2, activated carbon exhibits a large surface area and a strong potential for absorbing heavy metals basically. Statement 3, activated carbons can be easily synthesized from environmental wastes with high carbon content. So which of the following is correct in respect of the above statement, right? So what new pattern that you have now understood, that the new pattern what UPSC has introduced, which of the following they are right? Okay, but now the options. Only option 2 and 3 are correct, but statement 1 explained, statement 1 is explained clearly with option 2 only or option 3 only. Something which was we were having till last year or last to last year into that assertion and reasoning thing. But right now there is nothing known as assertion and reasoning. It is all now represented, okay, in just one type of a question, that is which of the following, right? Okay, so got it? Okay guys, so let's start with this question. So what is our answer? Answer is A, as in both statement 2 and 3 are correct, and both of them they explain statement 1. See, this was the particular type which was used by UPSC in assertion and reasoning. So if we go ahead, statement 2 and 3, basically all of the statements they are correct. Okay, technically speaking, all of the statement 1, 2 and 3 they are correct, and statement 2 and 3 they are justifying statement 1, as in statement 2. Activated carbons, okay, talking about activated carbons, they exhibits a large surface area, okay, so their surface area is large and a strong potential for absorbing heavy metals. So obviously a particular carbon which is having a particular thing which is having a large surface area would be good in absorbing things, but here the question is, can they absorb heavy materials? So yes, they are good for absorbing heavy materials. And statement 3, they can be easily synthesized from environmental waste with high carbon concentration or with high carbon content. Yes, they can be easily synthesized from the environment, that is you can catch them, okay, and convert them into another particular useful product as well, right? So statement 2 and 3 are correct, so is a statement 1. So statement 2 and 3 they are correctly explaining statement 1 as well. Okay, so next, consider the following statements. Statement 1, studies indicate that carbon dioxide emissions from cement industry account for more than 5% of global carbon emissions. Yes, absolutely correct. In fact, the studies they have represented that they can reach as high up to 8% as well. Okay, so basically carbon dioxide emissions from cement industry is a very serious concern for us. Second, statement 2, silica bearing clay is mixed with limestone while manufacturing cement. Yes, that is also correct. And statement 3, limestone is converted into lime during clinker production for cement manufacturing. Okay, so guys, generally, specifically to a person who is having not much background into this environment thing or maybe science thing, would face huge level of difficulty that I'm not much comfortable in reading all of these things. But don't worry, there are just the first step is the most difficult step, but the other steps, they are always very, very easy, right? So as we can see here, what is the correct answer? Correct answer is B, that is both statement 2 and 3 are correct, but only one of them explains the statement 1. Basically, this is statement. Limestone is converted into lime during clinker production for cement manufacturing. This statement is explaining statement 1. Okay, that is, studies indicate that carbon dioxide emissions, they are contributing 5%, okay, from the cement industries. So as what we can see, yes, absolutely 5% presently, they can go as high as 8% as well. Okay, so next, consider the following statement. Statement 1. At the 28th United Nations Climate Change Conference, that is COP28, India refrained from signing the Declaration on Climate and Health. Is it true? Yes. If you are, if you are someone who is reading newspapers daily or current affairs daily, etc., so you know it very well that yes, this statement is absolutely true. At COP28, we refrained from signing. Then, statement 2. COP28 Declaration on Climate and Health is a binding declaration, and if signed, it becomes mandatory to decarbonize the health sector. Is that correct? Yes, this statement is also correct. Oh, sorry, this statement is not correct, as it is not legally binding. So guys, remember what is the concern here? What is the statement? Whether it is legally binding or not. Okay, is binding legally? No, it is not absolutely legally binding. It is voluntary in nature. So statement 2 is not correct. Statement 3. If India's health sector is decarbonized, the resilience of its healthcare system may be compromised. Well, how? Even if we decarbonize, so how it is compromising our healthcare sector? So this is absolutely an illogical statement, not absolutely correct. So which of the following is correct in respect of the above statement? So let's see the answer. Okay, it is D. Neither statement 2 nor statement 3 is correct. But yes, statement 1 is absolutely correct. We refrained from signing the COP28 Declaration on Climate and Health as we considered it is illogical. Okay, illogical specifically for developing nation. Guys, one thing that you need to understand very carefully, something which is logical for me could not be logical for you, comparing or considering our positions, our platforms. So if I'm a developed nation, a protocol would be seeming logical to me. But if I'm a developing nation or maybe underdeveloped nation, such particular protocols may be, considering my status as of now, would look logical to me, would not look logical to me as well, right? So this is what exactly is to us. The COP28 guidelines, they were seeming very much illogical. So being a developing nation, so we refrained from signing such a treaty. Okay, consider the following statements. Next one. Statement 1. Article 6 of Paris Agreement, okay, 2015 on climate change is frequently discussed in global discussions on sustainable development and climate change. Absolutely true. Okay, this statement is absolutely logical, valid, and true. Statement 2. Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change sets out the principles of carbon markets. Yes, that is also absolutely true. And statement 3. Article 6 of Paris Agreement on Climate Change intends to promote inter-country non-market strategies to reach their climate targets. So is the statement 3 correct as well? So yes, guys. Statement 1 is correct, 2 is correct, and statement 3 is also correct. So, as per the options, what should be our correct answer? So, as we can see, answer A, okay, that is option A is the correct answer. That is, both statement 2 and 3 are correct, and both of them, they explain statement 1. So, technically, statement 1 also becomes correct. Now, you might be a bit concerned here, that we have got 450 plus around 465 articles in our constitution. We do have to read that. We have got years in history, ancient history, medieval history, modern history. We have to read that as well. Okay, and we have got coordinates in geography. We are about to read that as well. And now you are saying that we need to discuss about articles of the international treaties. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Just those ones which are in trend. Okay, trendy in nature, continuously being discussed. Okay, those articles are only that are needed to be discussed, not all of them. right? So guys, don't be afraid, don't be worried that there are tens and tens of articles in the international treaties or this Paris Agreement, etc. Do we need to read them all? Absolutely not. Only those ones which are continuously in news, continuously in trend every now and then, that only needed to be discussed. And Article 6, since its signing in 2015 onwards, okay, it has been into the continuous trend, right? So here we go to the next question. Which of the following launched the Nature Solutions Finance Hub for Asia and the Pacific? So yes, it is the Asian Development Bank, ADB. Okay, launched what? The Nature Solutions Finance Hub for the Asian region and the Pacific region. Okay, once again, Asian Development Bank, on the lines, okay, of COP28. Okay, that is Conference of Parties 28. Okay, so this is exactly directly current affairs based question. Direct current affairs questions, they have been in too much of trend in this year's prelims. Okay, direct as in direct. Okay, now with reference to direct air capture, DAC, which is now in question paper, and it was also speculated as well. It was too much in discussion, too much in trend. Too many days it has been printed in the newspapers. Too much of debate happened over this as well. So it was expected, it was speculated, it was anticipated, and it has came as well. Okay, so with reference to direct air capture, emerging technology, which of the following statements is or are correct? Okay, so we talk about simply DAC. It can be used as a way of carbon sequestration. Can we use it as a carbon sequestration? It's a type of a technology which can capture the carbon. Yes, it can. It can be valuable approach for plastic production and in food processing. Is it? Yes, this is also a true statement. In aviation, it can be a source of carbon for combining with hydrogen to create synthetic low carbon fuel. Yes. Okay, in aviation, it can be a source of carbon. Aviation as in for our commercial flights, basically it is referring to, not to the military planes. Okay, so in aviation, it can be a source of carbon for combining with hydrogen to create synthetic low carbon fuel. Yes, it can be. As we know that apart from the cement industry, apart from our vehicles that we use, another biggest contributor of carbon emission globally, it is the aviation sector. So we are trying our best to get a substitute, okay, which can provide the fuel to the planes in a way that will provide least amount of carbon emission. So yes, DAC, that is the direct air capture, is one such technique. Okay, so how many of them are correct? So all three of them are correct. So our answer is C, right? So yes, direct air capture, an emerging technology that extracts carbon, okay, carbon dioxide basically, directly from where? Directly from the atmosphere using chemical or physical processes. So guys, remember, direct air capture, it can capture the carbon from the environment or the atmosphere with the two processes. What are these two processes? It could be chemical process and it could be also physical process, right? Okay. So here we go to the next question. Regarding peacock tarantula, or also known as goody tarantula. Guys, remember, peacock word is here. It is not peacock. Okay, it is literally not peacock. It is a type of a insect. Okay, remember, a crustacean basically coming from the insect family. Okay, so peacock tarantula or the goody tarantula, consider the following statements. It is an omnivorous crustacean. Can it eat the veg as well as the non-veg food? No. It is a carnivorous only, right? It eats only the non-vegetarian food basically. Its natural habitat in India is only limited to some forest areas. Exactly. Parts of Andhra Pradesh and their adjoining regions. Deciduous forest only. Next. In its natural habitat, it is an arboreal species. That's absolutely correct as well. Okay, so statement 1 is incorrect, but 2 and 3, they are correct. So what is the answer? Yes. Okay, option B shall be the correct answer. Remember guys, peacock tarantula, or the also known as goody tarantula, it is not omnivorous, it is carnivorous, totally carnivorous. Okay, Where found? South India, deciduous forest, specifically Andhra and central southern India. And yes, natural habitat is an arboreal species, as they live in trees or constructing webs within tree holes and other structures. So remember, where we can find them mostly on the tree holes, the trunches or the trunks of the trees, basically arboreal. Okay, arboreal basically. Next, consider the following statements. Carbon dioxide emissions in India are less than 0.5 tons CO2 per capita. In terms of CO2 emissions from fuel combustion, India ranks second in the Asia Pacific region. And third, electricity and heat producers are the largest sources of CO2 emissions in India. So which of the statements given above is or are correct? Okay. So first statement, carbon dioxide, CO2 emissions in India are less than 0.5 tons per capita. No, that is not correct. Actual, it is 1.8 tons CO2 emission per capita. So statement 1 is not correct. Right, so if we just go ahead with elimination method, let's try this one. Okay, so statement 1 is not correct, so option A could never be the option. Option D could never be the option as well. So what will be the answer? Shall it be option B or shall it be the option C? So let's see, option C is the correct answer. That is, the rest two statements are absolutely correct. So as we can see, statement 1, it's incorrect. Why? Okay, because India's per capita CO2 emissions is 1.89 tons CO2 per capita. Okay. Now, statement 2 is correct. India ranks second in Asia Pacific in terms of CO2 emissions. And statement 3 is also correct. The electricity and heat production sector is the major source of CO2 emissions in India. Right. So that is why, we are focusing more and more on the segment that is known as green energy. Okay, produce as many as megawatts of electricity through nuclear. Okay, remember, nuclear is the purest form of energy, right? It's a big satire and irony to this whole globe that nuclear could be the weapons of mass destruction. It is a weapon of mass destruction, right? But also remember, nuclear is the purest form of energy as well, if used for civilian purposes. Right, so nuclear energy, hydroelectricity, okay, or we are also making green hydrogen. So these are what? Solar energy, the non-conventional sources of energy, wind energy, etc. So we need to do it, right? Because this statement, we can't continue producing carbons for much of the decades, because I don't know whether the world will end with the world war or not, but yes, world will surely one day definitely come to an end with this pollution thing. Okay, and the biggest problem is the carbon emissions, right? Okay, so here we go. Consider the following pairs: cassava, woody shrub; ginger, herb with pseudosperm; Malabar spinach, herbaceous climber; and mint, that is annual shrub. And the fifth one, papaya, that is woody shrub. So which or how many of the above pairs are correctly matched? So let's see. Cassava, is it a woody shrub? Yes, cassava, it's a woody shrub. So first pair is correctly matched. Second comes ginger. Is it herb with pseudostem? Okay, yes, ginger is having a pseudostem. Third, Malabar spinach, herbaceous climber. Yes, this is also correct. Okay, so the first three, they are correct. Mint, is it an annual shrub? No, mint is not an annual shrub. It is a perennial, as in coming in 2 years. Then papaya, is it a woody shrub? No, it is absolutely not. It is herbaceous shrub. Okay, so the first three, they are correctly matched, not the last two. Okay, so what will be the correct answer? 3 only. That is yes, option B. So as we can see, the explanation, statement 1 is correct. That is cassava. Okay, that is the perennial wood shrub. Statement 2, ginger, having the pseudostem. Statement 3, Malabar or climbing spinach. Okay, a heat-loving wine that can be used for fresh or cooked, just like spinach. This is not a true spinach, but has a similar flavor that is a bit buttery and nutty and rich in vitamin C and A, right? And then yes, statement 4 not correct. Why? Okay, is it the annual? No, it is the perennial herb, which means it lives for more than 2 years and typically comes back from the roots each year. Statement 5 is not correct. Papaya, it's not a woody shrub. It is a herbaceous plant, and also it is referred to as, guys, please mark this thing. It is referred as the giant herb. Why? Because it can grow up to as large as 10 meters, right? So papaya, a herbaceous herb, first of all. Okay, what is the fact? It is a herbaceous plant, also known as the giant herb. Why? Because the plant can grow up to as high as 10 meters, right? So this is it. Now we have got another question with us with reference to the planet Earth. Consider the following statements. Rainforests, they produce more oxygen than produced by the oceans. Statement 2. Marine phytoplankton and photosynthetic bacteria, they produce about 50% of the world's oxygen. Statement 3. Well-oxygenated surface water contains several folds higher oxygen than that in atmospheric air. So which of the statements given above is or are correct? So as we can see, the answer is B. Okay, that is 2 only. Statement 1 and statement 3, they are absolutely incorrect. So let's see the proper explanation here. Okay, why? So first of all, statement 1 is not correct. Statement 2 is correct. Why? The statement that rainforests produce more oxygen, it might seem that, okay, rainforest, absolutely, the Amazon rainforest, we consider them as the lungs of this globe, right? Okay, why? Because they provide huge level of oxygen. Yes, they do provide huge level of oxygen, but not the most or the highest number of oxygen, right? So as what we can see here, okay, that statement, rainforests produce more oxygen than oceans, it is incorrect. Why? Oceans primarily through phytoplanktons, okay, the species that float over the surface water, okay, produce a significantly larger share of Earth's oxygen as compared to the rainforests. Okay, what are phytoplanktons now? They are tiny marine organisms and estimated to produce between 50 to 80% of the planet's oxygen. Apart from other areas, okay, the phytoplanktons, they do provide 50 to 80% of the planet's oxygen. Very interesting fact that you are encountering, right? Next, rainforest, while crucial for many reasons, they contribute a small percentage, that is roughly around 28% only. Okay, 28% according to the studies. Okay, and statement 3 is incorrect. While surface water does contain oxygen, it is significantly less abundant than in air. Okay, so obviously air provides more of it. Okay. So which organization it is which is providing us such type of data? So it is the Global Seafood Alliance. Guys, remember, it is not UNFCCC, that is United Nations Conference on Forest and Climate Change. Okay, it is not just the United Nations as well, or the United Nations General Assembly, or any other organization from UNDP to etc. Okay, it is a particular organization known as Global Seafood Alliance. Okay. So here we go to the next. Which organization has enacted the Nature Law Restoration? Okay, Nature Restoration Law to tackle climate change. Is it the European Union? Is it the World Bank? Or is it the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development? Or is it the Food and Agricultural Organization? So it is the European Union. Okay, the Natural Restoration Law, it has been enacted by whom? Enacted by the European Union. Okay, so what it is? A comprehensive law aimed at restoring degraded ecosystems and tackling climate change and biodiversity loss within European Union itself. Okay, so here we go. The World Bank warned that India could become one of the first places where wet bulb temperature routinely exceed 35 degrees Celsius. So which of the following statement best reflects the implication of above said report? So what is first of all a wet bulb? So when I pour my thermometer into a cloth which is wet, okay, and when that particular thermometer provides me the temperature along with the evaporation level as well. So that particular thing is roughly termed as wet bulb. Okay, so here talking about the statements. Peninsular India will most likely suffer from flooding, tropical cyclones, and droughts. Statement 2. The survival of animals, including humans, will be affected as shedding of their body heat through perspiration becomes difficult. So what is the correct answer? So C, that is both 1 and 2. Both the statements are correct. Okay, so peninsular area or the peninsular India will be most likely suffering from the flooding, tropical cyclones, and droughts if wet bulb temperature routinely exceeds 35 degrees Celsius. And survival of the animal will be affected in these situations totally. Okay, guys. So this is it all with regard to the segment of environment and ecology. And let's switch to the next one. Okay, that is named as the miscellaneous one or even the current affairs one. Okay, so here we go. You know what UPSC has been doing? The most important segment here, which might irritate you as an aspirant. As a UPSC aspirant, you might be also having that irritating element with you that, yeah, this is also the level of question. Okay, such type of a questions which I will say, which we were encountering a type of a question. It's like I'm not degrading it. Okay, I'm not saying that, you know, the questions level are not good. Okay, the questions are quite good, no doubt in that. But the problem here is these type of questions were not expected in a UPSC CSE exam. In other one-day examinations, we have seen such type of questions, but you know, in UPSC, it was really a new experience for us to encounter such questions. So let's see. Consider the following statements about Rashtriya Gokul Mission. This is a as per standard question. Okay, not a big deal here. So, as we can see, Statement 1. It is important for the upliftment of the rural poor as majority of low producing indigenous animals are with small and marginal farmers and landless laborers. Statement 2. It was initiated to promote indigenous cattle and buffalo rearing and conservation in a scientific and holistic manner. So which of the above statements are correct? So basically both the statements, that is 1 and 2, they are correct. Right? So, important for upliftment of the rural poor. Yes, as majority of the low producing indigenous animals, they are with whom? With the marginal, that is the poor farmers, as well as some landless laborers. And yes, initiative to promote indigenous cattle and buffalo. Basically, they are following principles of Article 48, capital A, sorry, not capital A, 48. Okay, simply following the provisions of Article 48. Okay, so both the statements are correct. Second statement. Who among the following are the members of the jury to select the recipients of the Gandhi Peace Prize? So is it the President of India? No, President of India is not the member. Is it the Prime Minister? Yes. Is it the Chief Justice of India? Yes. Is it the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha? Yes. So what will be our correct answer? So correct answer will be C, that is 2, 3 and 4 only. So these are the persons, those who are the jury members, those who select for Gandhi Peace Prize. Okay. So remember, leader of opposition is there, the Prime Minister of India is there, and yes, the Chief Justice of India is also there. Next, International Year of Women Farmer 2026. Absolutely correct. International Year of Sustainable and Resilient Tourism. Yes, this is also correct. 2027 has been marked. Then International Year of Peace and Trust. Is it 2025? Yes. Unfortunately, Pahalgam happened same year. Then International Year for Asteroid Awareness and Planetary Defense 2029. Yes, this is also correct. So how many of the pairs given above are correctly matched? So basically all 4 of them. So what will be our correct answer? All 4, right? So it is bit misprinting. So it should be D, not C. Okay, so all 4 of them are correct. So International Year for Asteroid Awareness and Planetary Defense 2029. International Year of Peace and Trust 2025. Year of Sustainable and Resilient Tourism 2027. and International Year for the Women Farmers 2026. All of them are basically correct. Okay, next. Consider the following statements in respect of the first Kho World Cup. Okay, a type of a question, very, unique, never expected from UPSC CSE. Okay, that such type of a question could also be there. Like, who scored how much? What was the win difference? Okay, so the event was held in Delhi. Absolutely, that is correct. Indian men beat Nepal with a score of 78-40 in final to become the world champion in the men category. Well, yes, we are the champions. We beat Nepal. We brutally beat Nepal there. But it was not 78-40. It was 44-36. The difference was. Then, statement 3. Indian women beat Nepali women. Yes, that's absolutely correct. Idhar bhi mara. 54-36. Now, here it was 78-40. Okay. So, what is the correct answer? Which of the following statement is correct? Above statement is correct. So, yes, only one statement. Okay. Why? Because Indian women beat Nepali with a score of 78-40 and Indian men beat Nepali with a score of 54-36. Okay. A very, unique type of a question. Never expected one. Next. In the finals of 45th Chess Olympiad held in 2024, Gukesh Domaraju became the world's youngest winner after defeating the Russian player Set Nepominakshi. Statement 2. Abhimanyu Mishra, an American chess player, holds the record of becoming the world's youngest ever grandmaster. Okay, so what is the correct answer? Let's consider statement 1. In 45th Chess Olympiad held in 2024, Gukesh Domaraju became the world's youngest winner. No, he was not the youngest winner. Yes, he won, but he was not the youngest to win. And second, Abhimanyu, so statement 1 is not correct. And Abhimanyu Mishra, an American chess player, holds the record of becoming the world's youngest ever grandmaster. Yes, so nearly at the age of 12 he became. So statement 2 is absolutely correct. So what will be our answer? That is B, 2 only. Okay. So here we go. With reference to India's defense, consider the following pairs. Aircraft type and the description. Dornier 228, maritime patrol aircraft. Is it correct? Is Dornier 228 a maritime patrol aircraft? Yes, it is. IL-76, a supersonic combat aircraft. No, IL-76 is not a supersonic combat aircraft. It is a, military as well as a commercial aircraft used to take away the troops and cargo from one part to another. Same goes with C-17 Globemasters 3, military transport aircraft. That's absolutely correct. So how many of the pairs given above are correctly matched? So 2 only. Okay, first and third, not the second. So what shall be our answer? Okay, B, that is only 2. Okay guys, so this is it with regard to all of the current affairs, okay, all of the miscellaneous. So I believe we have discussed everything, right? There should be existing no doubt now. If there is existing any doubt, so please do let me know into the comment section. Yes. Hello Yuvraj, hello everyone. Quickly please. So I hope everything is fine. There is existing no doubt, right? So this is it guys with regard to the session of discussing all of the questions related to the today's prelims. Okay, all of the 100 questions, they have been dealt in detail. Okay, all of these questions, they have been discussed in detail as well. So guys, thank you so much for watching, and please do hit to the subscribe button of the StudyIQ IAS English channel. You know it very well, the dedication of the channel and the faculty is working over it. So guys, quickly just hit the subscribe button and never miss an update from the channel, and see you guys soon tomorrow morning sharp 11:30 a.m. in our The Hindu analysis class. Okay guys, so good day, take care, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.